The South African Democratic Teachers Union is convening its 9th National Congress in Johannesburg this morning. It meets at least once in 5 years to elect new leadership and adopt policies by means of resolutions. President Cyril Ramaphosa, Minister of Basic Education Angie Motshekga, and leaders from the Tripartite Alliance will address the Congress.
All our provinces are here. Without much ado, comrades, once more, good morning. Let's allow Mr. Shai to perform a drama on gender-based violence. Mrena Shai, swaga se relifile sona ngwana khoshi gore letle le hlabe tloe ka diloka. Mshat.
I founded this organization called Kulumandota to create a platform for Majita, the Owens, the Mane, Abu Baba, the Jitas, Omtewiti, to come out and speak. For I had come to realize that one of the deadliest things facing humanity today, and for years, it's the silence of men. Man only speaks by inflicting pain through their fists, through guns, through knives, in traditional setups where culture is deeply entrenched. They even use nopkiris. And in some countries we've read and heard of stories where abo machetes are being used against women. And in South Africa it's even more. We are going through a phase in this country at the moment where almost every second week we go out into the streets to march. But as I was conversating with other entities and other people, I then started questioning the reason for marching. It's good enough that we continue to march every time a woman is killed, every time a child is killed. But are we marching to the right places? Are we not avoiding to march to the places where these conflicts, these crimes are happening? Why don't we then begin to march towards the homes and houses and communities where the perpetrators of femicide live? Just so we narrow that space, just so we put a lot more pressure. When I was shooting Soul City, which is the reason why Kulumandota came to be, and some of you will remember when Soul City played, there was an episode in which I played Matlakala. In that episode, I was beating up my wife, my screen wife. Little did I know that on that day, at that particular moment where this scene was being filmed, something was going to happen. Something beyond my control was going to happen. Something beyond what we call art or method acting was about to happen. While we were shooting, the whole set and the scenario was transposed into my house. My screen wife became my wife. My screen children became my children. And I saw the horror of my violence on their faces for the first time. I saw the state of helplessness on my wife and kids as an abuser. For the first time, I saw that. For the first time, I heard my son, my screen son, but it was my son's voice shouting at me and pleading with me, saying, "Daddy, don't kill mommy." That was the first time. I don't know how that happened. I was so overwhelmed with the shock and the pain that I had imported into the hearts and minds of the people that I professed to love. And I screamed and shouted, "Cut, cut, cut, cut." And I walked off set, and all I could say was, "It can't be me." For I was seeing this person that I was not. I could not relate to that person who was so violent in his relationship and in his marriage. And it was at that point where I wanted to stop. I was made devoid of violence. I asked myself where the violence comes from, where the anger and the hatred towards my wife came from. And I wanted that to stop. And for the next 2 years, I had conversations with myself and trying to find justifications from a patriarchal society, from my cultural beliefs, that it was okay to have done the things that I've done to my wife. But there was a voice of reason that kept saying, "Patrick Shai, it was wrong for you to beat up your wife." And fortunately, by God's grace, I listened to that voice. And because I loved this country, I listened to that voice. I saw the wrongs that I was doing. I said to myself, I'm going to start this campaign so that other men could stand up, own up, and speak against what they have done. It is not so much important for you and I to march when somebody has done that. Somebody has beaten up their partner, their wives, or killed them. But it is important for us as men to march towards ourselves and begin to cross-question the institutions that makes us the type of men that creates problems for women and children in South Africa. For it does not help. It would not have helped me, not one bit, as Patrick Shai, the abuser, to have walked and go on a pretentious march while knowing fully that I am an abuser right in my house. So the call that I'm making to South African Majita vandag is to have a conversation with yourself. Speak to your inner self as a man and say, when am I going to stop? And trust me, if I did stop and changed, you too can change. You too can create a safe environment for your wife, for your children, for the women in your life. In a patriarchal society, as Africans I know, we marry multiple women. So if you are the kind of man who has changed, who is now non-violent towards women, if you have 10 wives, you will have 10 wives who are freed from violence and protected by you. Maybe the expanded program for campaigning, it requires the union to unionize families. It is the only way you as a union, you can begin to protect every woman in this country. That every woman is declared an asset, a property of the union. So that every man who marries or ashela, atibor ushela Sadtu. So that when that man beats up a woman, that man must know he is beating up Sadtu. And Sadtu will take action against that man, wherever that man is. This is perhaps the new union that we need to see emerging. That children are unionized from kindergarten, that they know what Sadtu stands for. It is not good enough for us to have members of Sadtu when they've reached an age year labor, whereas when they were teenagers at school, we did not focus on them and present to them or take them through this curriculum of conscience, where they begin to know the rights of each and every young girl in their schools. That we declare every young girl in school from primary a member ya Sadtu. That if a boy rapes a young girl, rapile Sadtu. And Sadtu cannot continue to be raped by people like me who have refused to change. And Sadtu should only be a home for men who are committed to change, for men who want to take ownership of what patriarchy has done to them and begin to dismantle some of the practices and beliefs that are found in patriarchy that makes animals out of us. I believe the new dawn is upon us as men, that we will not only march against gender-based violence and femicide, but we will be led by Sadtu to eradicate the behavior yamajita towards our women, towards our daughters, towards our children. When a boy child is exposed to excessive violence at the hands of his father, he ends like his father, and he wants to do it much better than his father. Yesterday we read that 4 young boys around 9, they raped another 9-year-old boy. That boy could not have picked that up or learned it from nowhere. He must have learned it from the community he lives with, or from the father he lives with, or the uncle or the brother. So he cannot continue to be a nobody's son. He is our son. Unless we Majita, we take responsibility, we will be nurturing boys, Babatswanang, with the kind of boys that we have today. Change begins with me. If I don't change, the country will not change. If I don't change, women will never be free in this country, will never be protected. I thank you.
The Minister of Basic Education has been an MEC, Social Development in Gauteng. We don't want to take much of your time because you have been working with the Minister. We have been on the campaign for violence. Ourselves and the Minister, 2012, 2013, we have been visiting communities talking about violence. So she has been part of our campaign that we have long started, that we want violence to stop in our institutions. So it's a continuing campaign until such time that we can live in peace in our society, in our communities, in our schools. So if a parent spends 3 minutes of his time or her time every evening and say to the kid, what did you do at school? Even if you don't know how to read, you just put the book upside down and then ask the kid, what did you do at school? 3 minutes of your time. You will see the child beginning to understand that you love what he or she is doing at school. So we say, all of us, we teach, because teaching begins at home, does not begin in school. So we say we teach, we care, and we say we denounce violence in whatever form. Love your school. Love your children. Love the education. You cannot ban a school because you want a house. You can't ban a school because you want an RDP. You can't ban a school because you are not happy you were not employed by the municipality yesterday. Education is an enabler, Minister. We all believe that with education, we can change our situation. An old person in a rural area wants that grandchild to be educated because he or she hopes, before I die, this kid will build me a house. Before I die, I think this grandchild of mine will buy me a fridge because I have got my diabetic medication that must go into the fridge so that I can extend my life. They have hope. So I am a school fan. Spend 3 minutes of your time with your child. Teachers improvise every day because they want each and every child to pass. I don't know if you have ever seen the face of a teacher when marking a piles of work. When the teacher can mark and then see all children have got less than 20%, the teacher stops marking and cry and say, Tiko, didn't I teach these children? What might have been wrong with me? The teacher will never say what's wrong with the children. He said, what's wrong with me? Because I love the children. I love my children. I don't want them to fail. Minister, over to you. The platform is yours. Talk to the members. Talk to your members. Thank you so much.
Let's give the Minister of Basic Education to address us.
Comrade President, it's always very humbling. I feel very humbled and favored today since this revolutionary union was founded. I only arrived last night from Korea to attend a very powerful and very important conference on brain science, education, and learning, and making the connections between learning and the brain and translating research to improve learning. The researchers came from Europe and East Europe only. There was no thought from Africa on this very important development in education, which we have to pay attention to. As cases of murder, rape, women and child abuse rise, we still have to grapple with basic things around rape, around violence. So needless to say that even the depth of violence that accompanies this depravity is actually sickening. And we must agree, especially us as educators who claim to be at the forefront of forming character, that something must give. Because the scourge of gender-based violence is an affront of our common humanity. It threatens to eclipse our attempts to restore key state institutions following years of state capture and all other challenges. So today, President, through you, I'm making a clarion call to all of us, men and women, to make sure that indeed we can save our country from this scourge. Moving forward 29 years down the line, I have to ask Sadtu again to say, please again, continue to be the beacon of hope and take us to the 4th Industrial Revolution. Comrade Chairperson, I'm happy to announce that as a sector, indeed we are ready for skills of the future and all the challenges that it brings before us. I say today, do not fear the road ahead, for we shall, I don't fear the way ahead, because I know we shall walk together side by side as we march again to the next victory. And I'm happy that since 1984, we have traveled the road of transformation together, and I believe no one can stop us. As a revolutionary union, you have bargained robustly and lobbied for your policy proposals fiercely, and today I can say all your sheer hard work and grit have not been in vain, and we both benefited also from the engagement, robust and difficult. According to the 25 years review of progress in the education sector, it emerges that this ANC-led government has over the 25 years delivered on the Freedom Charter clarion to open the doors of learning for all. And one important achievement in the recent years is that fewer children are entering school late. Statistics show that the percentage of 7-year-olds surveyed in the General Household Survey who have completed grade 1 has increased to 64%. One of the other areas, especially from SAIS, is also about the bursary scheme that we're giving. But it's important for us to ensure that as we speak about new programs, we grow our own timber. So that with the little money that government is giving towards teacher development, we have together to say, in which direction do we redirect the resources to make sure that we can grow our own timber in the different areas? And also in the area of teacher development, it's again in areas where we see ourselves as one of the most crucial partners in terms of guidance and counsel, and say, how do we strengthen our teacher development framework? And how do we further continue to professionalize our sector teaching? As we work together around the areas of curriculum, around the areas of priority that we have identified as the 6th democratic administration, but also around the area of teacher development and increasing or strengthening the teacher framework, what are the things that we do more? At our first CEM meeting under the 6th administration chair on this term, we agreed to focus on the implementation and heightened levels of service delivery and accountability. Therefore, we have convened the Council of Education Minister in July and resolved henceforth that there's no need to overhaul the entire architecture of the basic education system. That we've agreed that there's no case or no basis for it. But as educationists, you also know that we're not about to introduce a new curriculum, but as you all know, any curriculum where the paper it is written on remains a dynamic document, meaning only amendments occasioned by new developments will be considered. Instead, our focus is on the re-engineering of the sector to cement the narrative of a system on the rise. It is all about faster, smarter, and to build into service delivery ecosystem for better quality and best value in our basic education system. As a sector, we have identified 11 focus areas as strategic levers for the 2019-2024 medium-term strategic framework. Priority number 1, we have identified the challenges of improving the foundational skills of literacy and numeracy, especially reading for meaning. And we have developed a national reading framework, which will be consulting again, getting counsel from yourselves on approaches on how to teach reading in the different languages and in African languages in particular. And we will encourage schools, parents, and communities in the targeted areas to actively participate in the reading movement to establish a reading culture. We will actively establish partnerships and raise funds to support the reading program. We have developed reading norms to deepen and strengthen the existing curriculum delivery and building on DBE norms already used in different languages. On priority number 2, which is immediate implementation of curriculum focusing on skills and competencies of a changing world, that's why I'm calling again upon Sadtu to really lead us towards this 4th industrial revolution. It must take into account the disruptive brought by the 4th industrial revolution, as well as the introduction of entrepreneurship and schools of specialization or focus schools. We have begun the process of strengthening our curriculum by introducing new and existing subjects, such as aviation studies, maritime and coding studies. Priority number 4 is dealing decisively with quality and efficiency through the implementation, standardized assessment to reduce failure, repetition, and dropout rates. Also working on the introduction of multiple qualifications, such as a general education certificate before the grade 12 exit qualifications. The NDP aims for a world-class assessment system involving reliable measures of learning for every primary school. And priority number 5 is to eliminate the digital divide by ensuring that within 6 years, all schools and education offices have access to internet and free data. By the end of 2019, we will complete and digitize CAT and IT grade 10 to 12 state-owned textbooks, assess 10% of the special schools for connectivity and ICT infrastructure deployment, assess another further 10% of special schools for connectivity and ICT infrastructure, deploy and provide 100 schools with e-library solutions before the end of this year. On priority number 6, which for me is also an exciting but also a daunting task that is confronting us, which is the urgent implementation of the 2 years of ECD before grade 1. The system function shift to the responsibility of ECD from Department of Social Development to DBE has begun. As I said, we've already established work streams on different areas that need attention, and we will be updating yourselves through the ongoing bilaterals that we have with the union on what is the progress that we are doing around ECD. The leadership of Sadtu and of teacher unions have always raised issues of many outstanding challenges that we have to deal with ECD, and hence we have formed work streams to help us address some of the problems that have been raised with us, but also help us to move forward to have an integrated and develop a very agile ecosystem of an integrated ECD program. Then priority number 7 is the decolonization of basic education through the reading and promotion of African languages, South African and African history, and ensuring that our children understand, respect, and appreciate our national symbols in all grades. And priority number 8 is to cooperate with the South African Police Service and the Department of Health, as well as Sports and Culture and Social Development, to promote safety, health, and social cohesion. As much as sometimes I throw my hands in the air when people say, what are you doing about violence and violence and violence, about violent children? I acknowledge that as the education system, we have one of the most important functions in terms of socializing and ensuring that our children grow up with positive and great values. So it's one area that, again, we'll have to work together, and I'm glad with the launch that we had today about really committing ourselves to ensuring that we bring up rounded learners who can be good citizens of the future. By the end of 2019, we'll support the provision of school health services to almost 200,000 learners in grade 1, 4, and 8, including the HPV in grade 5. We're no longer doing it in grade 4. We have been advised that it has to be done in grade 5 because of the age group. We will be distributing more than 571,000 educator guides to learner books on sexuality, education, scripted lessons, and plans. And it's one area which has really excited South Africans. Most of the parents, when I meet, to say, I'm going to teach our children sex. And I said, when your children start engaging in sex, I never think they come and say, Mommy, I'm ready now for sex. Can you just tell me more? So let's start them early, because they never come in and confess to a parent to say, I'm ready, can we talk? On priority 9, it's the infrastructure, which has always been, I think, an albatross on us as a system. We're doing all we can to make sure that we improve our planning, our delivery, and also our targeting around the area of infrastructure. We've established a new branch which will be working with provinces, because people don't believe me when they say there's a toilet. I say it's not my work, it's the province. So I think, let me accept that South Africans wanted to make it my business. So we will be working with provinces to support them in this area of infrastructure. Priority number 10 is increase the safety net through pro-poor policies to cover learners who are deserving, especially in ECD and learners with special needs. And priority number 11, which is, for me, one of the key priorities, President, ngaphandle kwayo, we're just nothing as a sector. It's about strengthening partnership with all stakeholders, especially yourselves as educators, parents, and the learners themselves. Let's do whatever it takes to make sure that indeed, through yourselves, this revolution that Mandela saw, and I'm glad that you have this picture, when Sadtu was launched, we can continue on that trajectory. With those few words, I want to say we wish you well in your conference. We're looking forward to your resolution, to your counsel, to your advice. for the prosperity of its people, its children, and of the continent. So I thank you very much, President, for inviting us. Good luck to the conference.
The Minister is appealing that we must work together to take the country forward. We must be ready with the fourth industrial revolution in particular.
Thank you very much.
The communists have addressed you yesterday, but the minister who is coming here is also putting a cap of the General Secretary of the Communist Party. So it must be a relevant one.
Comrades, thank you very much for inviting me to come and talk to you mainly about post-school education and training. But I want to raise some deeper political issues about technology so that we are clear about the challenges that we face in the education sector. I'm raising this not because, as some people will say, if you raise political issues, you are departing from education. It's not true. Education is fundamentally political because it is largely also about ideological preparation of our youngsters and our nation. The fourth industrial revolution is already in many ways upon us, characterized by artificial intelligence, robotics, and what is referred to as the merging of the physical and the biological and the digital. We must embrace those technological development and advances. And there are many things that are positive about technological advancement, like with the fourth industrial revolution. School feeding in a society still characterized by poverty and many things. These provide a very strong foundation for having a schooling system that must embrace, build and strengthen itself by embracing technology, as well as, of course, the need to include training on many other things, including these days coding, the basics of data science, and so on. What we need to understand the politics of technology is this, that it is not technology that has brought about humanity. It is humanity that has brought about technology. Therefore, ideally, technology should be serving the interests of humanity. But technology in the hands of the exploiters, it will serve the purpose of exploitation. That is why the first three industrial revolutions, the steam engine as the first industrial revolution, electricity as the basis of the second industrial revolution, ICT technologies as the basis of the third industrial revolution. Lots of progress was made through those revolutions, but at the same time, inequalities are worse in humanity today than they were 100 years or 200 years ago. Yes, we must embrace technology. We mustn't do like those who bother to read the history of labor, like the Luddites in England, who at the advent of machines, workers wanted to destroy machines as a way of trying to stop technological advancement. We mustn't do that and try and destroy our laptops because we don't want to embrace technology. We must embrace technology, but we must understand in whose hands is that technology and whose objective it is serving. Embracing of technology must go together with deepening the struggles against growing inequality in society and contesting how new technologies are being used. I want to challenge those who want to read on technology. Go and read about something called blockchain technology. Blockchain is going to make the banking system as we have known it to become redundant completely. Because as individuals, you will be able to link and transfer money amongst yourselves without the need for a bank. But it's not inevitable that therefore banks should just simply say, we're going to retrench because we no longer need so many workers. as countries, we have to say, how do we prepare for that? Let me make an example. One of the biggest struggles being waged now by the NUM, for instance, is what is referred to as the struggle for a just transition from coal-based electricity generation to renewables. Because South Africa, for instance, has got 200 years worth of coal deposits. But if we move away from mining coal, you are likely to shut down the Mpumalanga province, the economy of Mpumalanga completely. So the NUM is waging a right struggle, a just transition. How do we have a just transition from coal to renewables? And not just dump people just like that. Now, in other words, technology does not mean the end of struggle for justice. Technology, depending on whose hands it is in, requires even deepening struggles for gender equality, struggles for racial equality, and struggles against exploitation. So as we embrace technology, we further embrace and deepen our struggles as the trade union movement. Now there is even a bigger challenge for you as Sadtu. No union or federation in any country is going to win this struggle of how technology is used on its own unless there is international trade union solidarity. If we had thought before that we have a choice of deepening international trade union solidarity, today the challenge of technology gives us no choice except that we have to win the battle for social and ecological justice in the uses of technology as trade unions across the world. Sadtu has got to be in the forefront of embracing technology and equipping your members with technology, working together with government, but also on your own in terms of your own educational initiatives that you have. And of course, as I say, the necessity to intensify the struggle for a just transition. Just like we need a just transition from coal to renewables, we need a just transition to the fourth industrial revolution. And without working class organization, forget about that. Let me now talk about Sadtu and challenges in post-school education and training. Sadtu has to understand the challenges that we face both in the schooling system and in the post-school system. Because we have one education system, we don't have two education systems. What happens at basic, in fact, affects the rest of the education system. As we know, if you don't get the RAEOO right, it will show when you actually access a college and university that your RAEOO foundation was not as strong as it was supposed to be. Post-school education is as important as schooling, as I'm illustrating. And what many people do not realize is that there is a huge need for post-school education in South Africa than we sometimes realize. For instance, we've defined the task of our department as that of providing educational opportunities and skills to all those who have left school and are unlikely to go back to school, including those who have never been to school. Now, there's millions of South Africans we are talking about. Sometimes the disadvantage we have is that when we think of post-school, we only tend to think about university education. That's wrong, it's incorrect. In fact, university education is a very small component of post-school education in South Africa. Let me give you a concrete example. Figures. We have 1.1 million university students in South Africa today. Of course, it's massive growth. It's very impressive. Without the ANC government, we would not have reached this 1.1 million university students, the majority of whom today, by the way, are women and black. at our universities. Huge achievement. But the fact is, we've got more than 4 million young people of 18 to 24 years old of age who are not in education, who are not in employment, who are not in training. In other words, the need for post-school education is, just counting that, 4 times bigger than the youth that is at universities. And without addressing the needs of that youth, our revolution is in danger. So it's very important then that SADTU gets interested in this. Of course, you organize in parts of the post-school education and training system, which is what I want to share with you about some of the things that we are doing and the challenges I would like to pose to SADTU today. Let me start with the issue of violence, especially gender-based violence in the post-school sector. Our educational institutions, Nobhala, you are right, are faced with huge challenges of violence because our education institutions are part of South African society. A society that is in both economic and social distress. And usually patriarchal societies that are in huge distress, they tend to manifest itself by further violence directed against women in particular. The frustrations of men gets taken out as violence against women and sometimes against children. How do you expect someone who hangs 4 children, some of whom are his own children? Our institutions are operating in that context. What is it that we've done? My predecessor, Comrade Naledi Pandor, set up a task team for universities to deal with the issue of gender-based violence. What we are trying to sort out now is representativity in that team, because it was largely made up of people drawn from your former white universities only. So we're correcting that to include your historically disadvantaged institutions. But it's also very clear that it's not enough to just focus on universities. We also have to focus on our TVET colleges, because we are facing a similar problem, especially on gender-based violence. Which means, therefore, one of the key challenges that we have in the education sector is the challenge of mainstreaming the point that Minister Motshekga was talking about, gender education, into all of our education system. Right from the schooling system to post-school education and training system, we must mainstream gender education. In the post-school system, we face problems of male lecturers who want to sleep with women students in order to pass them. Ishiman, ovuka bavali. Abase KZN bayazi, kutiphi KZN? Yes, you know exactly what I mean. You will interpret ukuthi obani ovuka uvali. Now, much as we say gender-based violence is a reflection of what is happening in broader society, but issues of gender inequality are embedded in our very own educational institutions, and therefore we must wage the struggle inside there. So we must extend, I intend to extend, mechanisms of dealing with this matter to TVET colleges and to community education and training colleges. And I hope SADTU will join us on this, President, as is always the case. Anyway, SADTU, union, majority yakhona omama. Yes, that's a fact. Majority omama kuSADTU, othisha bakithi omama, iningi labo. So we expect SADTU to be in the forefront of this battle. Let me come now specifically to TVET colleges. That's just to share with you some of the things that we are doing of late and where also we can partner with Sadtu. Some people have said, the title of your ministry now no longer talks about training. Does it mean that TVET colleges are becoming less important? I want to say to Sadtu today, no. In fact, TVET colleges remains one of the major priorities of this department at this point in time. TVET colleges, by the way, they have about 790,000 students. The last count we made, that is audited, and universities have got 1.1 million. By right, we should be having 3 times more TVET college students than university students. We have 1.1 million university students. We should at least be having 3.3 million students who are in TVET colleges. We are very pleased on our side to show that we are one education system, that Comrade Angie is leading an effort to diversify a curriculum and choices in the school system in order to overcome the problem we've had, that we've had an academically oriented education system, which says unless you go to university, awufundile, which is wrong. In fact, when I say this, people must not misinterpret it. My own estimation is that about half of students who are at university are not supposed to have started at university. Yes, that's a fact. It's not a negative statement. That is why 40% of our first-year students, they fail at university. 40%. Which begins to tell us that we do need to correct this part, and opening up the vocational and occupational route of both schooling and post-schooling becomes important. So we can't say TVET is not a priority when in fact we have got this anomalous situation in our country. We have skills shortage on the one hand, and we have got high levels of young people who are sitting at home doing nothing. So TVET colleges are very important. We need to expand this sector. And together with Sadtu, we must campaign for the expansion and better funding of the TVET college sector. We are at the same time now developing, in fact we have developed dedicated TVET college lecturer training. Because there's a mistake also that we've made in the past, by the way. School teachers are not TVET college lecturers. Both are important, but for different sectors. School teachers are very important for schools. TVET college lecturers are very important for TVETs. This thing, what if you want, I can just leave school and go and apply and be a lecturer at a TVET college, is a problem. Yes, it is a problem. Because the two things are not exactly the same. We must have dedicated training. Of course, there is common methodology. I know President uzongitshela lokho. There is common teaching methodology. I know that. Pedagogics. But the two sectors are not exactly the same. They've got distinct offerings. And that is why we are now saying to the universities, help us to train TVET college lecturers. There is a lot that we are improving in the TVET colleges. It's not moving as fast as we like, but the most critical thing with TVET colleges is workplace experience. That is why you can't have a TVET college lecturer who is teaching public relations, but has never been to a public relations department in his or her life. We want to change that. That is why I am saying the two types of educators are different. We want now to create a situation, form relations with companies, such that motor mechanics, students who are being trained to be motor mechanics, are fixing cars that are on the road. Ontanga Betula, there aren't many of them. Minister Matsaka also was feeling bad about exposing that the situation is exposing her own age. But you can't be teaching, you can't be teaching a motor mechanic how to fix a Valiant. The majority here, they don't even know what a Valiant is, President. Tinage, we know Valiant. Awusekho Valiant. But we still have curricula that is teaching motor mechanics in theory on things that are not there. That is why we changed from FETs to TVET colleges. Because we felt FETs were glorified schools. They were not meaning or addressing the issue of skills that we wanted to provide. That is why even TVET college principals now, one of their challenges is to forge a relationship with industry. If we are deep in the rural areas, there is no industry. There must be a municipality, there must be a police station. Forge a relationship with that so that some of those students can get some minimum workplace exposure. That is what we are working with, and we want Sadtu to support us. But also we've got expectations where Sadtu is. I want to say this. Where Sadtu is organized, there must be teaching and learning. You can complain and say, well, sometimes government doesn't provide A, B, C. Fine, we can discuss those things. But here is what we want to say about university education, comrades, apart from the numbers that I gave you. One of the biggest challenges we have is about student accommodation. The reason for this is simple. The numbers of students grew faster than infrastructure has been able to catch up. But at the moment, government has set aside several billion rands so that over the next 10 years, we are able to have said we have at least resolved the issue of student accommodation. By the way, resolving student accommodation means providing accommodation for 80% of university students, because there is always a 20% which doesn't need university accommodation. They've got their own ways, others are staying at home and so on. But it's very clear to me that the priority is rural universities. If you go to University of Zululand, if you go to Mthatha, you go to Fort Hare, Alice, if you don't have university accommodation, unfortunately some members of our community, they build some shack-like structures and charge students to stay there in an environment that is not conducive to learning. We are aware of that as government. We may not be having enough money to deal with the whole problem all at once, but it's clear that rural universities must be a priority because they do not even have other options, unlike the situation sometimes in urban areas. That is why when I visited University of Zululand, we agreed that they must start building 3,500 beds over the next 3 years as a way of beginning to address this. But we have got money, we are building 4,000 beds at Fort Hare. So these rural universities, President, to me are going to be my priority. I'm not saying the rest of the universities are not important. Because we cannot continue also having these rural universities almost remaining the same as they were under apartheid. They cater for the poorest of the students from the rural areas. And being poor and being from a rural area does not mean that you are incapable. Therefore, one of the biggest struggles, which I hope Sadtu will support me and others to wage, is to actually raise the level and the standard of our universities in rural areas. NDP says by 2030 we must be having 1.6 million university students. We are at 1.1 now. 500,000 students in 10 years is a steep call, comrades. It's not an easy thing to do. That is why one of the things my department is seriously exploring is to expand online and distance education as well as after-hours university offerings. Also, in order to cater for your members, Sadtu, kufanele uthisha ofuna ukuqhubeka e-university aye esikoleni ekuseni ngo-4 ayongena eklasini uma efuna ukuyifundisa aqhubeke afunde. That is also what we want to do. We know there are many problems of NSFAS. I know even now, if I go out here, a couple of delegates are going to come, hey, but there's no problem on NSFAS. Please raise all problems that you may have with your office bearers and to bring those problems to us, because we are prioritizing dealing with problems of NSFAS. The last two areas that I want to touch upon. Government is now decided to follow what it calls the district development model. This thing potentially is very good because it's 3 levels of government focusing in each district. In other words, what it means is that since I'm building 3,500 beds at the University of Zululand as an example, I can't then afterwards realize that very nice residences, but there are no roads. Nice residences, but the clinic still remains small. In other words, other government departments must come in, including the provinces, including the municipality, to be part of that. Government has now started with OR Tambo. Where is OR Tambo? Delegates. NIP. That's a pilot, OR Tambo district, for this district development model. Now, what it means is that the regional secretary was Sadtu, OR Tambo president. Ngifuna ukuthi uma ngifika kuyena, that regional secretary must be able to tell me what is the economy of OR Tambo district. What are the plans of government generally in the OR Tambo district? What are the educational programs that are there? What are the planned educational programs? And what is the role of Sadtu in that context? In other words, our leaders must be cadres. They must understand in each area. That is the power of this district model. Similarly, if I go to OR Tambo, I ask the district secretary of the SACP, tell us about this district. Akufanele Nkwankwazi must be able to tell us what is the state of the district and what are the challenges and what is the Communist Party doing there. If we are to support this, this thing also has got the potential, by the way, once it's transparent, what money is going to be spent in OR Tambo district as an example, by different levels of government, there's going to be less corruption. It's got implications to strengthen our organizations at regional and at district level. Waterberg, where is Waterberg? Now Waterberg. In that area, Sadtu needs to be strong so that whatever programs are there, Sadtu knows, and the alliance as a whole. That is what is important about this. Let me also talk about this university, by the way, by solidarity, before I sit down. Because this thing is in the media, that is solidarity is going to be building an Afrikaans-only university and so on. I want to say to you, comrades, I have no such application in my office as things stand now. Secondly, in terms of our law, no private institution is entitled to use the word university. If you're private, universities are only public institutions. Of course, the Constitution allows anybody to start a private institution. We can't stop Solidarity if it wants to start a private institution in terms of the Constitution. But you can't start an institution that is going to violate the Bill of Rights and use any language, not just Afrikaans, any language, to discriminate against any sector of South African society. That is the position of government. A revolution yet is faced with so many challenges. Unless organized workers and the working class organize themselves to play a leading role in the sectors in which we operate, our revolution is in trouble. That is why we are hard, even on unions that are organizing where there are state-owned enterprises. What were you doing when the Guptas were looting Eskom, no Transnet? Where were our progressive trade unions? We are also wanting to say to you as the public sector union, where are you as SATU when the PIC is just being used from your own pension money to fund very dubious programs when you do not have a decent housing subsidy system as public sector workers? You pay the price for not even asking GEMS that you belong to. How is that money? Who is the middleman in GEMS? I'm raising this proudly as an ANC minister, because unless the trade union is there, izodliwa lezi imali zenu. And they are going to be used in a manner that is actually not correct. So we expect SATU to be excellent. You must be excellent teachers, you must be excellent principals, you must also be excellent guardians of your own money. Good luck with your Congress.
Comrade Philip Abraham is the Secretary General of the New York State United Teachers in the United States. In 2017, he was then elected to be the Vice President for American Federation of Teachers. It's one of the biggest unions in America, but also one of the biggest unions in EI with 1.7 million teachers from all levels. As you can see, his bio, mostly in higher education, and they organize everyone. Like our president was saying, if you have the ECD, why are you not making sure that they are also represented? The AFT has a very clear position on that. The AFT has got nurses in them, and therefore they are all represented, and they are working together. So we want to welcome Comrade Philip. You will read the bio there. He has been a negotiator, chief negotiator, which means having to work more hours than any other person when you are a negotiator, because first and foremost, it's not what happens in the boardroom first. It's what you study. It is what you engage the organization, and so that you are able to understand and interpret the mandate correctly. So many people believe that when you are a negotiator, you just carry this mandate coming from a structure and you go in there. That does not work like that. You've got to go and do more research, understand, and begin to understand how you are going to deal with the other forces that are there. So, Comrade Philippe, this as the South African Democratic Teachers Union, your sister unions, we have worked with PET for a very long time, and other comrades from the AFT in the CDC. We pride ourselves that we have got a moving clinic. I hope you have seen it, Pat. It's as a result of the relationship that we have had with the AFT that facilitated that we get that assistance for us to be here. Welcome in South Africa, and then over to you.
Comrade President, Comrade General Secretary, all the members of the SATU Executive Committee, our distinguished guests, to all the comrades, I bring you warm greetings from the leaders and the more than 1.7 million members of the American Federation of Teachers. We proudly represent and fight for the rights of pre-K through tertiary educators, school support staff, and government employees across the United States. I am truly humbled to be here on the occasion of your 9th National Congress. I feel honored to stand before so many teachers who are the builders of this young democracy. We are truly inspired by your dedication and commitment, your passion and compassion, and above all, your daily sacrifices in building a prosperous nation. I come to you today as an American, but an American whose roots are in the Caribbean. The music, the culture, the poetry, and literature of the African diaspora. I feel my roots in your rhythm, in your singing. My Haitian mom and my dad with roots in the Dominican Republic helped fire a spirit in me that has always wanted to see justice done, to be accepting of those with differences, and to reject prejudice based on color, religion, or gender. They knew that we cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. When I immigrated to the US at the age of 17, I knew that the world was an imperfect place. I had seen injustice, I had seen poverty, but I also knew, even then, that by standing for what is right and pushing ever forward, I could do my part to make a difference in people's lives. That is why, when a white teacher once told me to my face that she gave me a lesser mark because of my color, I became more determined than ever to succeed in my academic career. And that is also why, when I was once politely refused entrance to a dance club, I was young, because I didn't have a special identification card, I promised myself to fight against racism, even when it sometimes comes cloaked in subtlety. By the way, that special identification card was something they only asked of me. My white friends didn't have to show that ID. I was the only one. Sounds a bit like a passbook to me, doesn't it? As I went from high school to university to graduate studies, I found myself wanting to reconnect with my Caribbean roots and culture. And that is what brought me to my interest in Cuba and Cuban society. My graduate school work focused on the Cuban writer, novelist, and ethnographer Miguel Barnet, well known for his expertise in Afro-Cuban culture. And each time that I visited Cuba, I came away wondering, here is a country that's not very economically strong and rich, but still manages to prioritize reducing social inequality, that makes healthcare available to all, and puts access to quality education at the center of society. If they can do this, why can't we? I ask you, why can't we? I am a proud product of public education, and like you, the bedrock of my career is as a classroom teacher. Learners in both our countries deserve quality teaching by quality teachers. the so-called education reformers in both our countries are enacting policies that promote the expansion of corporate, non-government private schools and the digitalizing of curriculum designed to replace teachers with computers and robots, all with a profit margin. It should be no surprise that the Trump administration in the United States is working to destabilize and privatize public education and calling it school choice. The truth is, school choice has been used to continue school segregation after our Supreme Court ruled it was unconstitutional in 1954. Our forever First Lady, Michelle Obama, said, "Education is the single most important civil rights issue that we face today." And she was right. And I would add that education is a great equalizer. People like Donald Trump, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and the World Bank are pushing market-based education choices like corporate schools, where profit, not the well-being of our children, is the bottom line. As we all know, corporate schools often create a system where there are winners, those who have access to education, and losers, those who are denied access to education, especially girls. And politicians like Trump continue to push profit-driven reform in a way that is inflicting harm primarily on our Black and brown communities. Despite the agenda of politicians, most Americans, regardless of race, want to see a greater investment in traditional neighborhood public schools. The largest technology companies have now turned their sights on public education as the next big business opportunity. Amazing advances in digital technologies, artificial intelligence, e-tablets, and robotics are quickly becoming the focus of global businesses that see an opportunity to make public education a commodity. A $4.5 trillion, not rand, source of public monies, a so-called commodity that parents and communities are forced to buy to further enrich blood-sucking corporations. As you know from your experience here in South Africa, forcing parents to pay for digital-based education will keep some children permanently locked out of the opportunity that comes with education. There is no stopping the digital revolution, and we should not want to stop it. This revolution promises to improve healthcare, enhance education, and boost efficiency in so many areas. But we must talk about what we need to do to ensure that all children can have access to a high-quality public education. We want to thank the comrades of Sadtu for standing with the AFT several years ago as we joined with teacher unions from Uganda, Liberia, and Kenya in a protest against Bridge International Academies at the World Bank and delivered a petition outlining Bridge's troubling track record. Bridge exploits families. Parents spend more than half their incomes on fees. Bridge's curriculum doesn't meet minimum standards. Bridge teachers are poorly paid and treated like robots. And Bridge schools our laboratory for a marketed vision of higher education that its investors want to spread around the world. Bridge is a bridge to nowhere. Our goal is not to hinder technology and advances. Our role as educators and trade unionists is to fight for real education opportunities for students and to guarantee a real voice for teachers and school staff. We know that the foundation of student success is a trusting relationship among students, teachers, and their school support staff. While technology can enhance the education process, it cannot replace the many important one-on-one relationships with educators that students need to advance in school and in life. An underqualified instructor armed only with an iPad with sophisticated artificial intelligence is not a substitute for a qualified teacher who can connect and engage with learners. Technology can never replace human creativity and judgment. And let me take a moment here to thank my Sadtu comrades for your enduring solidarity in the field of human rights. You have stood beside the AFT as we have protested against human rights abuses by the Trump administration against the most vulnerable children and families desperate to seek asylum from violence and economic desperation. It is to my country's everlasting shame that we are caging migrant children in windowless warehouses, leaving them to sleep on concrete floors in soiled clothes. Let me remind you, how you treat children speak to your country's character and values. By Trump's weaponizing inhumane detentions and deportations, by increasing military troops at the border of Mexico, and by shedding the dignity and kindness that we have traditionally shown refugees, these are actions that violate international law and treat and tear at our sense of humanity. Donald Trump is just one part of a worldwide march to the right. Right-wing populists and their privatizing, profit-oriented allies have taken power or threatened to in Poland, Hungary, France, Britain, Italy, Brazil, and of course, the United States. Because democracy is indeed hard work, there is never a perfect beginning, and the struggle always continues. For the US, our founding document, which promised equal protection, failed to extend that protection to women, Native Americans, slaves, indentured workers, everyone except white men who owned land and capital. As momentous as the dawning of South Africa's democracy has been for the world, we all know that the hard work has just begun to ensure that opportunity is extended to all and that the guarantees of the Bill of Rights reach every citizen. Our experience in both our countries tells us that the idea of democracy requires a lot from those who participate in it. It requires people to listen to those with different views, to accept people who look different, and to accept the equality of all, regardless of background. And let us talk frankly today about gender discrimination. Despite progress, gender discrimination is still deeply embedded in our social structures and labor markets. Sexual harassment remains a significant problem for women, one that impacts academic success and professional development. We must fight all forms of gender violence inside and outside of our schools and colleges. And we must highlight men's responsibility to participate in this struggle. We must express alarm at the persistence of the gender pay gap, and we say again that equal pay is a fundamental human right enshrined in international human rights standards of the ILO and United Nations. We must remove all barriers to full participation of women from the workplace to our own union leadership. And I must remind us all that we have to include these issues in our collective bargaining if we expect to effectively advocate for diversity. I stand before you today as a product of growing up under the influence and intelligence of three strong women: my maternal grandmother, my mother, and my aunt. May they rest in peace. Join me in building a new coalition for international gender justice. And that allows me to return to where we began today, in praise of teachers. A robust system of public education is an essential component of democracy and therefore crucial for democracy's survival. Democracy cannot protect itself. If the next generation is to defend democratic institutions, who better to teach them than the educators of this great union gathered here today? So how do we fight forward, all of us, in both the US and South Africa? First, by making our voice heard at the voting booth, where we must soundly reject the appeals of racism and bigotry that have been adopted by elected officials and public figures who have embraced far-right populism. Racism and bigotry are poisonous to the democratic spirit that has inspired the best traditions of both our unions. Next, we must show up in our workplaces to promote acceptance and solidarity in our schools and colleges. We must reaffirm the principle that an injury to one is an injury to all. Attacks on our members who are immigrants and refugees, who are the other, and who are members of minority faiths cannot be tolerated. Lastly, let's be sure to look inwards at ourselves, into our own unions, because diversity is a fundamental value of the labor movement and a source of our strength. We must expand and protect opportunities for inclusion among the roles of union leadership at every level. I want to conclude today by thanking you once again and celebrating the work you do every day. I celebrate your work and vision. I celebrate you for your courage in the face of attacks by those who would tear down our profession. I celebrate you for being a strong voice in our international trade union movement. I celebrate you for your fight for a better life, because your fight is driven by your love of your learners, your communities, and your country. In the words of the great writer Frantz Fanon, what matters most is not to know the world, but to change it. Thank you. Mandla, thank you.
Congress, we have received the following messages of support from our fraternal organizations throughout the world. The first one is from the American Federation of Teachers. The message is summarized as follows. The American Federation of Teachers congratulates Sadtu on the occasion of the 9th National Congress. The AFT commends Sadtu not only for its dedication to education, but also for its unwavering commitment to the international trade union movement. Over the years, it has been an honor for the AFT to have partnered with Sadtu in many important areas, including developing programs to combat the spread of HIV and AIDS, expanding civic education, supporting democracy and worker rights, and strengthening the work of teachers worldwide through membership in Education International. The AFT looks forward to growing the partnership with Sadtu in new exciting areas over the coming years and wishes Sadtu a successful Congress. The next message is from the National Education Association. The NEA sends warm greetings and wishes to Sadtu delegates great success as they take action to strengthen the well-being of the members, students, and the nation. As Sadtu addresses concerns regarding student and educator safety, professionalism, and social justice, Sadtu has the NEA's support. The two organizations will continue to build upon the important connections between themselves in the family of Education International. The next message is from the British Columbian Teachers Federation. The message reads thus: the BCTF passes greetings to colleagues and the Sadtu Congress. The BCTF appreciates the very long association with Sadtu reaching back to the time of Sadtu's formation and looks forward to continuing with the relationship. The struggle for creating an equal public education system and meeting the needs of teachers is the central mandate of Sadtu as a union and of professionals, and the BCTU offers its ongoing support for this work. The next message, President, is from the Zambian National Union of Teachers. The message reads thus: Sadtu and ZANUT have many times shared views, notes, and platforms on organizations both regionally and internationally. ZANUT has enjoyed an affable relationship with Sadtu. It is our belief that we shall find the Congress informative and motivating, and ZANUT feels honored to be part of this historical Congress. May the good Lord bless the teachers of Sadtu and guide the delegates in this Congress. The next message is from the Swaziland National Association of Teachers. SNAT is greatly honored and humbled to be invited to the 9th National Congress of Sadtu and appreciates the role that Sadtu plays in the region, continent, and in the world. Sadtu membership must be proud of being part of such a powerful trade union whose influence in the world educators' affairs reverberates across several countries and territories. SNAT requires Sadtu to continue to influence where she can so that pressure is exerted on the Tikundla system. The effort that has been put by COSATU is greatly appreciated. Swaziland is indeed moving towards a national revolution, and as counterparts, SADTU should know that any turmoil takes place in Swaziland shall surely have far-reaching consequences in South Africa and her people. SNAT wishes SADTU fruitful deliberations and a successful 9th National Congress. The next message is from the Tanzanian Teachers Union. The Tanzanian Teachers Union wishes SADTU a fruitful Congress, which will resolve on transformative processes in labor, in education, and the transformation in South Africa. The next, and I think the next message is from the Syndicat des Professeurs de Senegal. It is a great honor for Cyprus to participate in this important meeting. Syndicat des Professeurs de Senegal thanks SADTU for the invitation to contribute in the Congress, and also thanks SADTU, its leaders and its members for sponsoring and defending Comrade Miriam Sako Damsako candidature as EI Executive Board member. Cyprus hopes that a synergy between the two organizations in Africa and within Education International will provide added value for our members and our respective education systems. The last message, President, is from the Uganda National Teachers Union. Uganda National Teachers Union thanks SADTU for the support and calls for the strengthening of cooperation between our two organizations. UNATU wishes your Congress the best. Thanks, President.
We should break for lunch and be back at 2 o'clock on the dot. Let's give our General Secretary an opportunity to present the Secretariat report on behalf of the National Executive Committee.
Amandla, Mandla, Matla, Aruna, long live SADTU, long live. Long live SADTU, long live. Long live the Tripartite Alliance, long live. Long live the Tripartite Alliance, long live. Comrade President, the National Working Committee and the National Executive Committee, we wish to take this opportunity on behalf of our National Executive Committee for 5 years to present a summary of the report. We want to have to highlight some few things as well as dealing with some context on each and every area, including when we come to this financial report as well as the organizational report. We do so in order to just highlight the achievement, but obviously we can't highlight all of them because we've been reporting to the National Executive Committee. Because we meet at a time when we are saying this is the time of collapse, this is the time of catastrophes. We're saying it's the time of collapse because we're living in a society that is very angry. We're living in a society that is engaged in a violent period in our society. And there are many things that are leading to that particular discontent. There are many things that are leading to that disgruntlement, to resentment and dreadfulness that we see, and so forth. It's not only in South Africa, it is happening everywhere in the world because of the capitalist crisis that is causing discontent. This is causing hopelessness, despair. And when people are hopeless and they're despaired, they can do anything, like the Minister of Higher Education was saying today. So as we meet here, we see sex monsters are all out there impregnating our children and doing everything that they are doing in the name of our profession. As we meet here, we see crime in terms of the killings of our teachers. We see crime in terms of the killing of our learners, and this is going on in our country. We see a climate change and a climate warning where if we were to go into this particular subject, you will understand that we are having a leadership in the world that is in denial, that does not believe that the climate homing is a problem. It is a problem because there is no job, there is no life in a warm planet. We are at 1.5, and for us to regress and go to 1%, it's going to take efforts. And when you have leaders like Trump, who are saying we withdraw from the Paris Agreement, what does that mean to us? If we were to go towards 1.6 and 1.8% degrees Celsius, we will be burning the earth. So we want to present to you that scenario. That said, we are meeting at that time. Poverty, and we'll come to that, poverty is increasing every day. The richest are getting rich every day. The 10% of the richest people are consuming more than 70% of the wealth of the world. Whereas the more people who are getting poorer are getting into abject poverty, where people who are getting $1 or $1.90 a day is also increasing. So these are the times that where you would want to believe that there's some collusion between the planet and the sun and the seas, and they are saying, you have touched us too much, you have taken away from us what we had, and therefore we are responding. We saw the response in the form of hurricane, a cyclone, and Idai, and many of hurricanes that are happening in the United States. Many people are dying. But we wanted to contextualize that we are living in that extreme time. In a summary, we are living in the rise of racism, populism, and everything that we know. So that is the time that we are living in. So this is the global and disastrous capitalist system has caused those illnesses that we are putting there. And as we are saying, in our own region, which is SADC, and in our own sub-Saharan countries, inequality is rising every time. So we are just making that particular summary to understand why the violence, to understand why this protest, to understand why people are calling for democracy, and why people are crying for leadership that we need to provide around this. These are the times that we're living in. So in 2010, we said, let's organize and empower our teachers. In 2014, we said, let's restore our character as a revolutionary organization, but critically, it was about how we can be revolutionary professionals in taking up our job and making sure that we understand that Sadtu comes from Fundisa, Operation Fundisa, that Sadtu comes from the Quality Learning and Teaching Campaign. At the time, we used to call it only called. It was not the QLTC, it was called. So where we, on our own as Sadtu, understood that when Sadtu was formed, we needed to change the situation of our people through education, as education is an enabler. So we then said, these are the themes that we're organizing, and in this particular 5 years, we believe comrades started understanding that our character is deepened and sharpened when we see injustice anywhere. When we see a learner drowned in the toilet or in the latrine, we are supposed to respond. When we see many people getting into poverty and unemployment, we're sharpening our character, because Sadtu is a revolutionary and a progressive organization. So this year, we're saying we're going to claim our right to have our dignity respected and protected. So that's where we're coming from, comrades. The highlights, we have our new home, our new head office in Pomona. We had hoped that the leadership that you will have some time during this period when you are here to go and take photos in Pomona. We trained more than 120,000 of our teachers, whether you call it combined classrooms, SMTs, and all of in terms of the foundation phase, as well as the grade 10. We've been training and doing the work around that. We have united our organization, and we don't want to go there because our president was very passionate and very clear about why we needed to organize, why we needed to mobilize, why we had to restore our character in order to ensure that we are united. And we believe that we are focused, and we can continue to do that. We have, in the process of 5 years, being able to achieve that 0.5%. We may not be happy. It has taken so much time. However, it then ensures that we are then able to have a better notch and a better retirement as we move towards receiving what we shall have deferred during the time of our life. Of course, we needed to fend ourselves from the pituitary, populist, and pseudo-unions in our country because they had just emerged from ourselves, and then it is not splinters. The media was happy that Sadtu is going to be split. Sadtu has not split. Sadtu remained very strong, and we want to thank you because you were loyal and you were very much determined to ensure that Sadtu remained very strong, despite the fact that these are our friends, some of them who left the organization. So we defended this organization. We also launched our Sadtu as part of the battle of ideas, as we have indicated, and we have highlighted in our report that this was a necessary step from the NGC of 2017. We have launched our SACO, and thanks to Comrade Padu, who has assisted us greatly and immensely in terms of the contribution that he has made so that we are able to have a SACO registered. The Treasurer will report, the DGS will also have something to say around that. Mine is just to ensure that we highlight these. We are saying through SACO, we would want to disrupt the status quo of the banks in this country. We would want to ensure that they are able to recognize us because we believe they are part of the problem in our country because they are not supporting us. Financially and organizationally, we have defended COSATU, comrades. It's not because we want to boast here, but we have spent a lot of money when COSATU was facing serious financial difficulties, whether it was fighting the cases that we're fighting with FAO, whether we were fighting NUMSA in terms of the cases that were there. Sadtu was the leading organization, together with POPGRU, in ensuring that we are able to fund those particular cases. So it's not about boosting, it's the fact, so that when we were not able to run some of our programs, it's the results that we wanted COSATU to remain very, very strong. So legal cases are not cheap, comrades. They are quite costly, and we are still running the legal battles, even today. And obviously, we've got to fight over and above our subscription. So, Comrade DGS of COSATU, yesterday the number you saw there of 2016, 216, it's fine. We are paying more than the 254,000. We are not paying the 254,000 that is there. We are paying more than that because we are paying at 256 instead of 254, deliberately so that COSATU is able to be liquid and be able to be mobile rather than to be a moribund organization because it doesn't have the resources. We can report that we have strengthened the International Trade Union. In our SADC, we have our secretary, our treasurer there, who is also participating. The DGS will then give a full report around our participation at that. But we are saying this is one of the highlights that we have been able to go through. We fought privatization with vigor. We had to go to Cape Town to go and sit in for an international conference where the privatization of education and the privatizers were here in our country and say, South Africa is next. It was Kenya, it was Uganda, it was Liberia, then it's South Africa. You can understand that there is a growth of the number of private schools in our country, some registered, some not registered, because we are a lucrative market. You have what they call PSG, which is owning your Kuro school. If you want to go to the stock exchange today, that is a lucrative share that you have got to buy, selling life, selling education. So we have to fight about those particular things. So we have fought for the progressive copyright. We have got Comrade Dennis from VETS, who is here, who will also participate in our commission, who had helped us to begin to understand the importance of how the president of the country must sign and append this particular law or a bill into law, where we are saying access to education is important for us to be able to access our rights and the freedoms that we have in our country. So we have been able to push the Department of Trade and Industry to ensure that the president is able to do these things and so forth. We have improved with communication. Oh, of course, this is an area that will leave a lot of bad taste sometimes because you try this, it doesn't work. You try this, it doesn't work, but we are doing our best. And congratulations to KZN. They have one of the first very always updated Facebook, updated Twitter, and everything. We'll do our best as national office. We must acknowledge this thing, that they are doing their best to ensure that members are always informed, and so we're doing our best. We have now an app, so those are a few things that we think we must do. Okay. Now, let's deal with the real issues. We have dealt with the highlights. Now, what's happening in our country with violence and everything? Now, we want to first start by psychological services, because every day you hear us, every day, once a learner is stabbed at school, once a teacher has been shot at school, we always end our sentence by saying, we need a Department of Education that will provide psychosocial services for us to be able to counsel our teachers, counsel our learners, so that we're able to ensure that they can live through that traumatic situation that they found themselves. Now, we've made a summary in the book where we have out of 12 million learners in the country, and out of 400,000 educators in the country, you only have about a combination of these psychosocial services of about 17,000. So you only have 1% of psychologists or psychometrists who must help our children. Now, how do we help the children if we don't have the psychosocial services that we need? The occupational therapists, speech therapists for our children. So we sit with that particular crisis and say, whilst we would want to fight the violence in our schools and so forth, it's important that as we fight this particular violence, we also are able to provide the services that can help them to be able to overcome the trauma that they found themselves in. That is the picture. And I'm told the media is running a lot about this to then say, are teachers safe? Are they really safe? Are we doing enough to ensure that the teachers are safe in our institution? So, yes, we're not doing enough. However, working together, we can address this issue. A ratio of one psychosocial services, whether it's a counselor, whether it's a social worker, whether it's a therapist, of 1:79,000, it is asking too much from the teachers. It's asking too much from these teachers. So we also want to present that this is real in our country. Let's deal with the theme. As we deal with the theme, we're basing our theme on the rights. We base our theme on the dignity, on the basis that nobody can take away your dignity. That's our belief. And that's what the law is all about. The dignity as a human right, you cannot take it away. We base that on the understanding that we are all equal as human beings, and therefore we have got to be treated as human beings. But we also do that as an acknowledgement of the fact that as South African, we have this feeling, very strong feeling inside us, that somebody has taken away our dignity. Yes, it's a feeling, but that dignity has not been taken away. And what happened, the dignity has been, degraded. The dignity has been invaded. It has been trampled upon rather than having been taken away. That's why we're using the word claiming. So we're saying, how do we understand this right? Human rights are rights because whether you are having them in the legislation, they remain rights. That's why we are saying in South Africa, whereas it was not even legislated about human rights in South Africa, when the apartheid government was really trampling upon these rights, which are universal rights, and therefore they were not even unlawful in South Africa because they didn't die. However, the United Nations was able to say that is a crime against humanity because on the basis of that they are universal, they are of high priority, and they are plural. This is the daily situation we find ourselves, comrades. Teacher made 5 people pregnant. And then he offered to the parents that he will lobola all of them. And then he just disappeared. This is a daily situation that we are faced. Why did we join teaching? When you applied to say, I want to join teaching, did you say, I'm joining teaching not to care? You join teaching because teaching is about caring. This is not caring. This is dignity that is degraded. This is dignity that is vandalized. This is dignity that is just devastated by another human being who would do such things. So these are dignity issues around our theme. So we want to understand the theme, where the theme is going to. This, Minister Mtshekga is heartbroken about a girl drowns in a pit toilet in the Eastern. How many of them that have drowned? Of course, one is too many. This is dignity. If you expect the teachers and the education support personnel who are working in our schools to use these pit latrines today in the 21st century, in 2019, 25 years of our democracy, you are expecting too much from the teachers. You are expecting too much from the community and the parents to continue to understand that they don't deserve to be treated as human beings because they don't have dignity. They do have dignity. You can't take it away, but you can't continue to be degrading it. You can't continue to be invading in it. People stab teachers to death. We want to remember all our teachers who died at the hands of their students who were killed. In our theme, we talk about professionalism. We talk about the fact that whatever we can do, we've got to continue to say, let's restore the character of SADTU to be revolutionary professionals, to be agents of change, and within the context of ethics, within the context of integrity, within the context of leading with values and responsibility to our people. We're closing our theme on the basis that collective bargaining is about dignity. It's not about anything else. If you give the early childhood development practitioners 5,500, and they still have got to use that money for transport, they've got to use that money to support their family, and you expect them to be at work tomorrow every day, and you're giving them 5,000, that you are invading their dignity. You are testing their faith. In terms of social political economic situation, we are summarizing that the global capitalist crisis, as Comrade Blade and Comrade Soli yesterday, and the General Secretary of COSATU all spoke about the fact that we are in the worst crisis now, as we are dealing with the leadership of the world that is not sensitive, the leadership of the world that doesn't listen, the leadership of the world that only want to be recognized in a session, so that as long as we say so-and-so is the president of this country and so-and-so is the president of the country, that is what they enjoy, status and nothing else. It's not delivery to the people, because capitalism is really devouring our human beings and the earth as part of the strategy to ensure that we succumb and that we can't do. So many developed countries have not fully recovered since 2009 or 2008. We have not recovered at all since that particular crash of 2009. In actual fact, we are going to be seeing a possible recession again very soon with the tension between China and the United States. So the situation out there in terms of demographics, in terms of a political landscape, we are in a crisis. We are linked to Brexit by colonialism, of course. Now, with the new leader there, Boris Johnson, the West conservative, the West racist, taking over to lead the Brexit, which is going to live without any agreement with the European Union, is going to have disastrous consequences for us, because our economy of South Africa is really dependent on the European economy and the American economy. We can talk about those things, but that is not the time for now. So we are also saying we have witnessed Cyclone Idai that has really devastated Zimbabwe. Mozambique, our comrades are here, and part of KwaZulu-Natal. When there, KwaZulu-Natal, we had then said to our leadership in KwaZulu-Natal, when there is a problem, let the teachers go out there and make sure that they are with the people. They must make sure that they see the people who have been devastated. They must see the children and how the children are behaving after this kind of a thing, because we want to talk about this capitalist crisis, because capitalism is always looking for a crisis, because it's crisis itself. And in that particular crisis, it is going to get something out of that particular crisis. So it's a disaster crisis. When there's a disaster, they become happy. They say, there's no water there, so we must go and sell the water for the people. We know that infrastructure has been destroyed. So if the infrastructure has been destroyed there, let's go in there and ensure that we say to government, stand aside, we'll come and build, and therefore we want to make profit. So that's what it does. It's that accumulation by dispossession. That is capitalism. global warming. I don't want to talk about that because this week, on the 25th, yesterday, I made a statement at the United Nations General Council to say that we need a social compact in order to ensure that we have got a just transition so that we are able to save the planet, but also save the jobs, because there are no jobs when the planet is dead. So if you keep on touching this planet because of neoliberal policies that says, don't act as a collective, you must act alone. I always love this, Comrade DGS. I always say, capitalism and neoliberalism tells us, go and buy a new smart TV. So you do that alone. They say to you, go and put up a geyser, which is with a panel. They call it solar panel. They say that do it alone. They don't say what are the multinationals doing. Because you can't change with 6% of household warming. All of us, 7 billion people, we are only producing 7% or 6% of the green gases in terms of our household. But what happened to the 25% that is produced by the multinational companies in terms of the green gases? What happened to the agriculture that contribute 24% of the global warming? What happened to how when we generate electricity, we also use 10% of how we generate electricity? So those things, when are we going to attend to it? Can 6% impact on the 1.5 degrees Celsius? It can. We need to ensure that we're not conned by neoliberalism to fight this alone. We must fight. The students have taken it up. They are now on strike. They call it global warming or climate change strike. They are on strike. So the teachers must join them. In one of our resolutions, we are saying, declare education, climate change as an emergency in education. Let's teach our children about ecology. Let's teach us about how the lifestyle that we are living. So that is what EI is going to be demanding as we continue, because that is what we presented yesterday in the United Nations, that this is what we demand. So in South Africa, we'll be talking to our Minister of Education, both in higher education, so say, let's recalculate. There's time now that we must deal with this particular issue. Politically, there's a rise of populism in the world. You can talk about Brazil, where we have got the worst right-winger who does not respect women's rights, who does not want anything to do with trade unionism. Anything that is on the left, according to him, is communism, so you must crush it. So we'll go back to the era where people were confused about fascism, that they say, no. The West is not fascist. Fascism is equal to, socialism. So people believed those things all along, Comrade Park, that they will be telling us when they were enslaving us, the slavery, they said no, because it's fascism, but it's not socialism, because socialism, you are enslaved because there's no superhuman being, and so forth. We'll go back to start. So it's thriving. Trumpism is about racism, it's about white supremacy in the world. It's about democracy, it's about scapegoating, it's about everything bad that you can talk about. And therefore, the people of America have got to campaign and do that seriously to ensure that we save the world. Otherwise, we are going to be in trouble. US-China tensions are harming the global economy. China is doing everything they can to ensure that they maintain the economy. However, it is always going to be who is the next ally of the United States. It's going to be France, it's going to be the South Korea, and so forth, and always making sure that those tensions are there. So the demonstration in Hong Kong about democracy has also added tensions between China and the United States, clearly because we know the United States will sponsor anything through Trump that will bring discontent anywhere else. Let's deal with Asia-Pacific. We have seen cultural tensions that are developing between China as well as Japan, which are the things that have been dealt with in terms of agreement that have been there, but obviously the right-wingers, the supremacists are undermining what has been done there. So the global economy is going to impact on all this that is happening with the treaty mini wars that are happening in Asia-Pacific. In terms of teaching, when you go to the Philippines, the trade unions there in Philippines don't have the rights. They are being terrorized, they are being killed, they are being apprehended, and so forth. So everything else is collapsing. Everything else is a catastrophe. And so children in the United States who are migrant children from Mexico and everywhere, they are caged like animals. They are separated from their parents. It can be normal. It can be. But that's the new normal that we have got to understand. So in terms of isolation. I need the Middle East, if I'm not wrong, right? It's the Middle East. There is a shocking thing about the Middle East, the Yemen children, when they opened the school. I didn't want to show it. However, the situation is disastrous. The situation is calling for humanity because of what is happening in Yemen. That affects all of us because we're human beings. So the expansion in Palestine, comrades, and we're clear, let's support the BDS. Let's support all the campaigns about the sovereignty and the independence of the Palestine. It can't be that we are always silenced or we have splinter campaigns. We have got to campaign together in ensuring that the people of Palestine are free and they are independent and they can be going on with their lives, unlike what is happening now. When Trump the other year declared that Jerusalem is the capital city of Israel, I mean, that was very provocative. He has withdrawn from any other thing that Obama was doing in that particular area and fueling the tension between Iran and many other states that are there, obviously using his allies there to ensure that the region is not moving. The region is finding itself in a crisis, in a collapse, in a catastrophe. And therefore, we are calling upon ourselves to support our BDS and many other campaigns against Israel. In Latin America, we are summarizing there that we need to support our campaign. Our friends from Focus are here, Comrade Lefika, who led a delegation with the Communist Party in Sadtu last year in May, and then we will talk about it when we come to the other section of the report. But we're just highlighting that that is what is happening in terms of political situation in the world, socially and economically. Now, let's make sure that Trump does not touch the oils of Venezuela, because he's declaring these sanctions on his own against a democratically elected president and a democratically elected government. Clearly, it's perpetuating the strategy that they have always been doing. Either it's going to be economic sanction. If it fails, then it will be regime change. So the strategy is very clear. We have summarized the strategy for a very long period of time that we are providing that particular summary to say it has been going on. The American strategy has always been support the dictators there. If they don't go, you make sure that you bring the army, you take the elected. They've done that. They have been successful in terms of a coup in Brazil. And they will do it in Venezuela if we don't stand with the Venezuelan solidarity mission, all of us. So the world must not stand silent when we see. In Africa, Zimbabwe, Comrade Soli was very clear. It is a situation that is very abhorrible, that you have a president who can really send the police to deal with his own people. We must not sit and look at this situation and think it's normal. It's the collapse that we are talking about, the indignity that the people of Western Sahara are still experiencing, and the African Union decides to readmit Morocco. That to us is a slap on the face. As Comrade Soli was saying yesterday, these are the things that we are talking about and say there is a collapse around these issues. Of course, in our country, there are problems in terms of violence, black-on-black violence. We call it xenophobia. It's fine, but the real issue is that all these things are caused by this discontent, there's resentment, there's lack of hope, there's no trust, because our leaders in Africa, they only rejoice to be sitting in the United Nations General Assembly and coming back at home. We must always say Makhosi when we meet them. Maybe we must begin not to call them with their designations, because maybe that is what is happening. We must call each other by name from now onwards, maybe, so that we don't hide who we are and so forth, because this designation that people carry has got no responsibility. We thought when we grow, we're taught, when you are elected as a leader, you are not served, you are serving. In Africa, leaders are being served even when they are dead. We continue to be serving them, spend a lot of money to make sure that we serve their graves. which can be correct. So these are the summaries that we are giving around Africa and so forth. The young girls and children are turned into slaves and trafficking in our country, and the drugs, comrades. In our country, the drugs are easily. I can tell you a story. Every day in Garankuwa, there is a school there. There's a school that was abandoned. There are no children. There are no teachers. There is a school not close, very close to that school. Every day, the children who are taking honga, who are taking nyaupe, they go to this school that has been abandoned every day in the morning. And they take this honga, and they arrive in the classroom. 65% of them in the classroom are on high because they've taken the Bluetooth and they have shed their blood. Every day, 65%, the teacher cannot wake them up. They sleep in the classroom. Literally sleep. So this loving teacher every day has got to sit with 65% of the children highly on drugs, on, what is this, cannabis, which my people there in Limpopo used to do it, lebake, which has been now, I'm told, the country now is legalizing it. How do you legalize that thing when you know that it is not taken by people of 45 years, it's taken by children of 15 years, and you legalize it and say it's because of democracy. And so every day, these teachers, when you want those children in that area to write a test, you must never tell them. They must come into the class and you give them the test. Because if you were to tell them that they're going to write a test on that high, they will not come to school. You will never have the marks. So the loving teacher will have got to create some marks, what they call spiritual marks sometimes. And they will have to be shy. Sometimes you must understand why the teachers go that length. Because they are saying, how do I account to God when these children don't have the marks in the schedules? Because they did not write and they will not write because they are on high. So this is what is facing our teachers on a daily basis. So I can tell you many stories. One kid wakes up and then he says, you know what I did to Mrs. Jamina? You wake me up in the next time. I'm going to do that which I did to Jamina. And he sleeps. And the other one, they laugh at you when you teach for the whole period. They just see things and they just laugh. And you ask yourself, what are they laughing at? And say, teacher, maybe if you are hungry, go and buy spad. You'll come back, you'll find us laughing. The other teachers spend most of their time having to take the learners out in the play, or what do you call this, the yard, because they don't go into the classroom. That is what we are facing, comrades. Fine. Domestic perspective, which is called the balance of forces here. Of course, I don't want to repeat, we are not in charge. The people who are in charge are those who have got the money. The opposition, still in charge. Everything they take to court, they win, and then we vote. We have manifestos, but we never change anything. That's what is happening in our country. So we need a social compact. We need to talk about our economy. Like our president has said yesterday, we need to talk and engage and find solution, because you can't have an economy that is contracting all the time. Every quarter, we're going to be told the economy has contracted. What is going to happen? 26%, 27 to 29% is huge, comrades. Now at 33% in terms of unofficial, or 38%, but almost 60% of youth unemployed. That is a ticking time bomb. The inequality in our country is so scary. We'll show you that. You see, this way it is. The retail industry, Steinhoff, CEO, earns 121 million in a month. No, per annum. 121. Now, it will take a worker in ShopRite or a worker in Joshua Doe 884 years to be able to earn the same salary that this person has earned in 12 months. How do you sustain peace in such a situation? The school principal, we are told, is a CEO. Look at where the principal is standing against the other CEO when we are building the nation. That is inequality. Look at our state-owned enterprises. Underperforming. An ordinary worker who works there at Eskom or Midupi will take 21 years to earn 7.9 million that the CEO who is underperforming is earning. The CEO of a school called a principal is earning less, 9 or 10 times less than the ESCOM. Nithi siqole kanjani? Senze anything. Top insurance companies in this country, look at where the principal stays. The CEOs are there. But this is a CEO to build the future in a school. This is where we sit with inequality. The highest in our region, 0.6%, you are closer to 1, which is abnormal. It's disastrous. And this is sitting in our region. Hence, all these things that are happening. So these are the layers of inequality. I don't want to go into that, but I wanted just to contextualize the gender-based violence, like the president, the Minister of Higher Education, who said these are the things that are there and we understand them. So in terms of poverty, mostly it affects women because they are taking charge of the families. We would have to present and work hard in terms of a research to say this gender-based violence that we are campaigning against, can't we change the curriculum in order to ensure that we bring other things that were not there? And hence we brought the young group of children yesterday here to come and perform from Mvelo. It was very deliberate that art is good when we have got to teach about equality. Art is good when we have to teach about dignity and all the freedoms and the liberties that we deal. When we deal with now our alliance, comrades, it will be wasting time if I have to go through again what we have written in the book. The issue is, let's stop, comrades, being in denial. Comrades, we may win the by-election and we put them in the WhatsApp and say the ANC still loved the ANC. Aye, comrades, you can't be happy when the turnout is 48%. You can't be happy that there were only about 700 people who were voting out of an area of about 3,000 or 5,000 people, and then we keep on winning. No, comrades, things are not right. Things are just not right. So we live for voting. After voting, we're never listened to. Here, the General Secretary of COSATU came yesterday and said, we want NEDLEC to be working. Now we must discuss the document outside NEDLEC. The issue we must ask is simple. Isn't that we are in the alliance? Why is it that after voting, things are done the way they are being done? And what then do we do? That's the question. So I can say a lot of things about the ANC. They fight back. It's about corruption. It's about maintaining those particular positions. It's about fight back. It's about corruption. You are going to take away from me, Kamina, that we had, and then you put this buffalo who is going to clean and so forth. Let's fight him. So, unite, comrades. Let's ensure that we have put Comrade Cyril, we must support him, but Comrade Cyril must get out of the boardroom and be with us in the street. He must get out of the boardroom and be with us to be fighting the same people who are fighting him. Because for him to be saying all the nice things and then the next thing, he does not know who's implementing them. It's not going to help us. We support him. However, it's important that we see that we are moving. COSATU, we have said a lot about that. The day COSATU will help us to deal with our scope, maybe Comrade President will do that. The issue, Comrade Sol, Comrade Titu Meleng, I don't know Comrade Sol is here. It's very simple, isn't it? It's not about what Comrade Blater said. If COSATU says go to NADLEC, we can't go to a task team when we have got a collective bargaining chamber. Why do you take us out of the bargaining chamber into a task team? Isn't that the bargaining chamber is created for that? Why are you taking us out there? That's what the Department of Higher Education is doing. That's why we say, we can't participate. You are undermining the law. The law says there is a bargaining unit. Go and bargain there. Why do you want it to be outside? Who do you want outside? That's what Tito is doing. He says, get out NEDLEC. He says, here's the paper. And so we want to engage, but that is the reality. So I'm saying, COSATU, It will help us to deal with these particular issues. That day, COSATU will stand. Comrades, our politics are characterized in our country with division, cabals, and factions, and the president was able to quote about factions. What I know, it is that indeed factions will destroy our organization. Let's deal with our own Sadtu vision. 2002, we are accused, me and Comrade Tulas, for having stolen man, Comrade Sis, 17,000, my God. At that time, maybe 17,000 was to buy a Corolla, but it couldn't buy a Corolla. Now, we had to sit with this stagnation in our organization from that period to 2006. 2006, it continued. We took a deliberate decision. In 2010, we said we want a blueprint. This blueprint will have 5 pillars. These pillars will help us to ensure that we do little for the NDR as well, do little for our socialism, do little for our learning nation. Those, when we bring everything together, we will be able to win. So we do our part. We knew we have an assignment in terms of the NDR of developing our people. It's a revolutionary assignment. We said we'll be on task, we'll be on duty, we'll be professional, and we'll do those particular. We knew we have a responsibility of solidarity. We play that particular responsibility through this particular blueprint. So I wanted us to understand that we have moved there. But there are challenges, comrades, and these challenges are bringing a lot of things. We have been accused of selling the post. We have to fight for the MTT report. I went to the meeting, my first meeting in the PIC. I sit there. There came an economist who did not know that I'm there. He said, "Woo, I hear that they brought a person who was selling the post." And I'm sitting there, comrades. But the people have moved so far, because I'm still trying to explain here. So I'm sitting there. The economist says, yeah, it's not about people who are selling posts to come here. We want skills here. So the time of questioning, I don't question, I'm scared because this person has already said I'm selling post. Another professor says, hey, for it, bengakwazi man. Hey, inina bengafuna ukuthi MTT report iphume. Ngithi hayi cha, ithina besithi MTT iyenzwe. So we supported that. So these are the challenges: selling posts, everything else. DA legislation. Comrades, in the Western Cape, we are going to run. Because if these, we don't win at court, because I don't want to go into the nitty-gritties, is that we must start developing capacity here and everywhere else to negotiate with a cluster of schools instead of negotiating in the ELRC. Because they will be using what is used in the United Kingdom of the academies. They are also bringing a chapter of the Charter School of the United States, where you've got to negotiate with municipalities. No more centralized bargaining. So Western Cape, we feel for you. But it's coming back to us, because we cannot guarantee Gauteng that we will win it unless we work hard. We cannot guarantee Northwest that we'll win it, because it is not like you can guarantee that water flows straight. It never goes back. That you can guarantee, but you can't guarantee politics. Proliferations of union. Comrades, we have got now 7 unions in education. We never had that. So what does it mean? It means that we've got to work very hard. We can go to the LRC, fight there, have good resolutions there, and then we do. But if we're not on the ground to ensure that we are able to defend the rights that we have won through the struggles of freedom of association, this is not going to happen. So the proliferation is going to continue because the members are discontent, because the members are disgruntled, because members feel that we're not doing anything for them. So we need to talk about the danger of the structures. That once we are elected, we use the structures to make all the excuses instead of attending to the issues that are confronting us, and that we must learn from Sadtu when they were launching, to say the structures can be very dangerous, or individual can even be more bigger than the structures or more bigger than the members. The members are bigger than all of us, comrades. We are here about the members. That's why yesterday you have branches who believe they are bigger than the members. Now, servicing members is another pillar of ours. We want to deal with very, very quickly, but it's the context. The context is 2014 was impacted by 2008. We were working in a very hostile environment, one in terms of the economy, when we had to negotiate. So you can see how South Africa is faring in terms of the economy, which is slowing down and so forth. Look, the performance in terms of each industry, all industry, in the last 3 months of the first quarter of the year had performed negatively, all of them, except that government was the only player that has helped us in terms of personal services, in terms of financial services, and the government at 1.2%. That has been able to say, let's keep us floating, because all the industries are not. 3.4% has cost us 29% of unemployment. Let's look at the average gross fixed capital formation, which we had to work within that particular context. Now, South Africa was at about 18% of that. And these, comrades, it's about infrastructure, it's about the drainage system, it's about how we build new houses, how we build commercial houses for us to stimulate the economy. So South Africa is performing at 18% when the global average is 23%. So clearly that says South African economy needs more for us to be able to do that. How can we invest in infrastructure? These are the context of negotiation as we service our members. When we don't give you 15%, comrades, these are the facts. Because I know next year we're going to come, you're going to say 20%, because you know Eskom has increased rates. The buses have increased their rates. And you are right to want 20% or 50%. But where are we going to get it when the economy is growing at less than 0.7% in terms of the GDP? Now in the PSCBC, in terms of negotiations, we are the biggest, as you can see there, Sadtu at about 20%, and then followed by the PSA. Yeah, comrade, the PSA is coming. It's coming. Because remember, the PSA used to be a union of, it was an association, which most predominantly was the white public servants that were there. Now it has been taken by the ANC Youth League. And they know our weaknesses. They were part of us, and they are making us to run. So it is growing. They were at 16%. We were at 20, right? Now they are what? They are 19, we are 20. So they are here. So if the fight between the HAU and the other public sector unions continue, what's going to happen? It's going to be that we will decline and then they will go up. So that is what is happening in the PSCBC. That's why you see in our report we're saying the summary we're providing for you there, it is to say understand the power of numbers so that when we are not coming back to you with easy resolutions, with easy solution. It's precisely because we've got to manage, we've got to navigate, we've got to go and buy some numbers there from other unions so that we work together. Our strategy should be working. It is that in education, we're supposed to have everybody. In the LRC, things are simple because if you look at Limpopo, it's at 87%, and the ATU is almost at 13%. So you can see the gap between that. That pushes why they can push things and be able to get those. In the Eastern Cape, you can see the widening there. Despite the fact that we had a problem, it's still huge at that particular percentage, almost like 69 to 71% that is there. But look at the Eastern and the Western Cape. That ones that are blocking there, you're going to have a problem in terms of power there, in terms of who takes the decision, who does not take the decision, because you are at 52%, they're at 42%. So that is important, that as we develop our strategies, we must always try to widen the gap all the time so that we are then able to meet with the employer and say, these are the issues we want to deal with, and so forth. So yes, implemented activities, in a summary, you'll find that in page 44, where we are dealing with the ECD in terms of the what you call work groups or work streams that came from our Indaba, where we had said we need two work streams. one on ECD. So comrades, in the ECD, we have summarized, the summary is there on those particular pages. There's work that has been done. We need to appreciate the work that has been done towards formalizing the structure, towards dealing with the issues of the salaries. We have stated the salaries so that you see them, and therefore we're saying, let's nationalize, let's formalize, let's do all these particular things that we are doing. The stipends are not the way to go. They deserve to be given benefits like it's happening in Northwest, like it's happening in the Eastern Cape. Those who are qualified are given, like it's happening in Gauteng. However, we need to bring all these things together, and so that we're able to have a final solution to the problem of the ECD. It's very, very critical that we do that. We're also providing from page 47 the PPN in terms of making sure that there's comparability between one school in one province and so forth in terms of how we deal with these particular issues. So I don't want to go through those issues because you have read them, but that is the progress we have made, comrades, in the ELRC around the issue that has always been on our table around post-provisioning norm. Peter Mokkel model must be killed, and so that's why we're developing a new model. I don't know who we are going to call it after this model, but it's no longer going to be a Peter Mokkel model. Collective agreements, comrades, we have attached all of them. All those particular collective agreements were negotiated, we consulted. There's no collective bargaining agreement that we signed without having consulted the comrades. Of course, there are weaknesses, I must accept that when it comes to the office-based issues, when we leave them out, we only learn after we've signed agreements that comrades are not happy. When it comes to the TVET, we need to engage them as well to deal with those particular issues. Now, in terms of the DHT, because we're provided attachments in the form of resource material, but we have also made summaries of all those resolutions that are there, but also the benefits of those particular resolutions. We provided them, comrades. We provided them. I don't want to go through them because we'll discuss this thing in the commission. Now, in terms of the DHE, we've dealt with the issue of 1%. We've dealt with the issue of how they must implement the 0.5%, how they must implement the issue of the 30%, 37% in lieu of being not permanent and so forth. We did go to explain to our comrades because 37% over above your salary is a lot of money, comrade Kunan. So when you become permanent, it goes, you will cry. Because you no longer that cash. So we dealt with those issues around there. The issue of the GPF. Comrades, if you were to log on the GPF website, you'll realize that now I hear all these things that people are saying. Your money is safe. You can get it from me. Unless my faction, Pop Cruz, says something else. But your money is safe, as far as I'm concerned. The money is invested by the PIC. 2003, we were at 308 billion. We took that fund to 1.8 trillion. Now, when you add the UIF and the other compensation fund, that's where you get your 2 trillion rand. It is a top 10 fund in the world. In the world. That's your money. It's safe. The issue for you is that you want to use it whilst you are still alive. When you retire, you will still be alive. You see, you are contributing 7% of your retirement, and the government is contributing 13% for you. So basically, you are deferring this income of yours by 20%. It's still low when you compare it to the provident funds. But the provident funds are almost at about 27 and 29%. We are still at 20%. But that is what you are putting for your retirement. Now, you have mandated us and said to us, we want collateral fee to access housing. We also want this money so that we can use it for our education of our children. We are working on that. We are summarizing there that we are achieving at least one. We are achieving the issue of government employee housing scheme. We were saying, and the DGS is not here, we like it, me and the DGS, we want to disrupt the banks. Now we are disrupting the banks. Because the banks are charging us at 19%. If you are like me, who has got 2 identities, you will suffer, because when the bank punch and they get another Maluleke, who's not me in terms of the face, but because my ID was stolen, they will charge me at 39% interest, because I'm not a reliable person. You go to the South African home loans, they will charge you at 19%, your own money. So GPF, PIC, the Department of Public Service and Administration, and the PSCBC were agreeing now. We need the employees who are at level 1 to 5, they must get prime minus 3% for their housing. 100% loan given. Not 40%, 60%, no, 100%. Those who are from 6 to 10 will also be now getting prime minus 2%. You can check the prime. I don't know today what is the prime at it. But when you compare that to the 19% that SA Home Loan has charged our people for their own money, that's how you will use the money whilst you are still alive, to have a decent house, a decent home, a dwelling where your children can enjoy and paying reasonably. So we're moving. It's a 100% loan. So, and obviously, it means we're taking out the banks out. If they come in, they must come in our own terms. That is what we are winning there. So as I'm saying, your 2 trillion rand will work for you. The issue is political. There is, everybody, comrades, now is afraid of investing. Even the PIC is afraid of investing because of these commissions and after commissions, of course, because things did not go right. The Guptas have really destroyed our country. That we must accept. But quickly, it is that, for how long are you going to sit with the 2 trillion and not de-risk the economy? Because if you don't de-risk the economy, it is that you will never attract foreign direct investment in the country. So the 3.4% of contraction in terms of the economy will obviously increase. And that is disastrous, comrades. And I know you don't want to hear anything about your money going to Eskom. I know that. You will kill anybody for taking the money to Eskom. But Eskom is, if you don't de-risk it and make sure that you are able to show the people of the world that you can de-risk Eskom economically and ensure that Eskom brings back the jobs in the country, you will be contributing towards an economic assassination by those who want to make sure that we collapse. So we must talk about these things quickly. So that is the issue. The scope, comrades, is now a legal matter. It's being dealt with there. We'll hear what the council will say about that. But we have written, we're helping COSATU to understand that we are not in education because we wanted to be in education alone. It is a COSATU decision that says, let there be super unions, let there be cartels, let there be syndicates, and the cartels. So there were discussions and so forth. So we went to a meeting with NEHAU. We were chased away there by the president of NEHAU, who said to the DGS there, walk out. And Zauteta now up. You bring those members to us. Now what do? We only can rely on COSATU, comrades. That can help us. So we are not arrogant. We are just making sure those things. The legal battles that were fought are there, comrades. We are still fighting the Salupsi cases. There are 3 cases that we are still fighting with Salupsu. One is the case where we are suing them on behalf of our president, on behalf of our VP for education, on behalf of Comrade Secretary, and the other secretary of Mpumalanga, and the secretary of that. We are suing them 15 million. So our services are former programs, but they will not be there. So we are moving. We are having a case with COPE, comrades, because COPE has really defamed us that we are causing problems in the election. So we deal with that. The picture that we are painting there is a picture that really we are bringing it to understand the plight of CET, understand the plight of the ECD, that they are not bargaining, and these are the rights that they confirm. So it will show you that the world is collapsing. The Learning Nation, we've dealt with all those particular books. We are now going to be, I think there's a book that comrades can have that we've published that is demythologizing of Sadtu. We have it, and we've got articles in order to ensure that we deal. We are finishing the book on policy. We thought that we could do a pre-launch on Friday, but we are not ready on the book of that. So we'll deal with those issues. Yeah. On solidarity, comrade, on page 7, we're giving you a full report about the 5 years of our work since 2015 when we went to the Congress, and that's what we're dealing with. Comrades, we continue to support Zambia, we continue to support Mozambique, we continue to support the comrade from Lesotho financially, in terms of skills, in terms of human resources. Our IT people are always out of the country to do the cooperation work. We are one of the countries in the world which is in the top 20 in terms of developmental cooperation that we fund and help our own comrades that are facing serious problems around their trade union rights, about their human rights, where they are not being able to collectively bargain. And so as South Africa, because we were also assisted by other countries around these particular issues. So we are listing those particular pages because we feel we will not be able to go through all of them. So, Comrade President, I'll come back for the conclusion when the DGS has dealt with the organizational report.
Congress, let's go to page 93 of our Secretariat report. And we are presenting to the National Congress our organizational section of the report. And the first part of that report is around growing the organization. What we have done as an organization to grow the union since 2014. The activities that we rolled out since 2014 up to this National Congress are the following. Number one, we had an activity called Operation Litsima. This one, comrades, focused on organizing and recruiting members. So we deployed our organizers into different provinces in different regions. The intention being to recruit and organize our organization. So we were looking at low areas of penetration, areas where we realize that we have not done well as an organization in terms of recruitment. The second activity in terms of organizing and recruiting members into the organization is to an activity that we call Operation TVET Retention. Here, comrades, we plugged our organizers, our team, into the TVET sector, which was a virgin area at some stage, low density, low penetration levels. But we have succeeded now to do a lot of work to an extent that we come to this Congress to report that we are representing the majority of lecturers at the TVET sector, and that we must celebrate, comrades. The third activity we are reporting on was to focus on recruiting the CET lecturers. Also an area of the vulnerable sector, but we focus some activities around recruiting members in that sub-sector. So we have identified some provinces there like KZN, Free State, and the Northern Cape. We focus on those areas in terms of our recruitment, but we had it rolled out throughout the country, but we identified areas where we felt that we need to do more work at. So on page 94 of the report, we are just following up on the work that we have done in those sectors. But we are saying, comrades, that there are areas that need our attention. So as we are moving from this Congress, moving forward, in page 94, we are saying that there are areas that we need to attend to. One of them, comrades, is the area of us achieving the threshold of 30,000 members, such that we should register ourselves as a union in good standing at the GPSSBC, such that all other workers, all other members of Sadtu are represented. For now, because we are not meeting the threshold of 30,000, we are working with our sister union, Pop Crew, to have us represented at the GPSSBC. So we have to work hard from this Congress to recruit more workers, more other education workers, such that we achieve the 30,000 threshold, such that we are able to stand alone without support from POPCO. We are not saying no, we don't find comfort with working with POPCO, but we would prefer to stand on our own after this National Congress. On page 95, President, we are presenting to the National Congress, I think the GS has done that, in terms of our representation at the PSCBC, the vote ways the GS has done that, and I will not repeat that. On page 96 of the report, President, we are presenting to the National Congress, very important now, a comparative table of audited membership of SADTU in terms of the ELRC. At this Congress, comrades, we are having that kind of membership there. From the Eastern, from Limpopo, in terms of educators, we have 41,000 members. Non-educators, or let me call them fully because the regional secretary of Vusel and Minister, I don't know figures, so let me just call them fully. It's 41,431 educators. Non-educators members in Limpopo are 1,043. The TVET lecturers are 1,319. So the total membership of Limpopo is 43,791. Now, the next column is important, President. We are showing to the Congress agency fee paying members. Now, that's a potential membership that is not organized, that does not belong to any organization in Limpopo. So we are saying Limpopo could grow by an additional 6,000 members if we look at the agency fee members there. So the vote weights there, comrades, we have it at 87%. You go through Northern Cape, comrades, similarly, we are presenting to the Congress the actual numbers in terms of educators that we are organizing, we have recruited in that province. We show you the membership that would not be educators, we show you the membership from the TVET sector, and then we show you the total membership from the Northern Cape being 5,800. And the agency fee, the potential membership that does not belong to any union in the Northern Cape is 3,000. It means the Northern Cape could grow if it works hard by an additional 3,000 members. Now, in the LRC, their vote weight will be 66. I won't go through all the provinces, comrades. I was just trying to demonstrate to you the potential that we still have as an organization moving forward. I like the Gauteng one, for instance, comrades. It's important. Gauteng, in terms of educators, we are having 33,000 members. So, in terms of non-educators, it's 2,000. TVET lecturers, 800. It's 36,000. But if you look at the agency fee paying members, it's 20,000 Gauteng. It means if we could work hard beyond this National Congress, there's a potential of 20,000 teachers or members that we could recruit into the organization. So, but Gauteng, in terms of vote weight, is 61. Even in KZN, you look at, it's our biggest province, comrades, our biggest province. But if you look at, I'm interested in the agency fee paying members, some more. So the potential of members that we could still recruit into the union is 14,000. So we could still grow by 14,000 there. You could go to the Eastern Cape, Western Cape as well, Comrade Donovan. 16,000 potential membership that we can get there. So that's the kind of work, comrades, that we'll have to do. On page 97, President, we are showing the National Congress how we would have grown from 2009 up to 2018. By 2009, we were 249,427 members. By last year, comrades, we were standing at 255,36 members. So the graph shows you here which provinces grew, which ones were stable, which ones we experienced some decline. That is what we are showing you on page 97. So we are also reporting on emerging unions within the AED sector. And we are saying, comrades, we must make sure that we service our members in that subsector such that we destroy the South African Urban Educators Union. This is our space, and we should not allow anyone to emerge in our space. There is a small organization that wants to emerge there, comrades, and we can quickly deal with them if we can recruit all those members there. That's on page 97, President. On page 98, we are just showing to the Congress, we are providing or presenting an analysis in terms of the TVET and non-educators. It's almost a repetition of what I would have represented earlier. Let's go, President, to page 99 of the report and present to the National Congress the state of our structures from 2014 up to 2019. This is the assessment we have done as a leadership in terms of the state of our organization. We start with national. We say the National Working Committee is largely the same as elected at the last Congress, except for a vacancy in education. The GS spoke about the Vice President appointed as a director at DBE in May 2019, and then she resigned. We are saying, Congress, the National Working Committee carried out all decisions of the union and guarded the union by preserving her unity and protecting the union and her members from any attack during the period under review. We were attacked, comrades, big time, but the National Working Committee stood firm in defense of our organization, stood firm in defense of our members. So the NWC represented you very well, comrades, at all forums, whether it be educational, organizational, political forums, and all other relevant forums locally and internationally. We communicated, comrades, all decisions of the union to members in different forums. We addressed educational worker forums. We addressed constitutional meetings in the form of BTGMs, RTGMs, provincial conferences, and we addressed many other forums that you invited us to. The NWC, like the GS said, played a critical role in defense of COSATU. Our National Executive Committee remains very strong. It remains very united. It defended the organization during this period under review. All our meetings collaborated, comrades, and all provinces represented you in all our national executive committees. So we are presenting to you just the number of meetings we had there and how they were the number of meetings we had since 2014. Page 99, we are presenting to the Congress our representation at regional and global forums. The President yesterday, when he spoke, he congratulated our General Secretary for being re-elected as Vice President of Education International. So at this forum, comrades, representing almost 32 million workers, SATU is represented in the executive structure of that global trade union through our General Secretary. Secondly, we are now conveners of the Commonwealth Teachers Group. As we have our Deputy President being the one who convenes the Commonwealth Teachers Group. So that's where we are also playing an important role, and we must celebrate this as an achievement as well, comrades. Our treasurer, Comrade Lindiwe, serves as the treasurer of SATO, comrades, in SADC. We are represented there, and we must also celebrate her representing us in SATO. The next one is interesting. Our Vice President is representing us, comrades. You look at the title there. She's serving as General Secretary of SAWEN, which is the Southern African Women in Education Network. She's having a big title there, comrades. She's the General Secretary of that organization as well. So I always have this problem when I call my boss now, my supervisor, when they are together, I will say GS. And then at times she responds, I said, no, not you. I'm referring to my GS. And the only way I'm able to distinguish between them, I always say the GS of Sadtu is the one with an office, and then she's a GS without an office. So that's how I'm able to sing. But she's representing us there as the General Secretary of SAWEN President. So we are represented as an organization in different forums. We are respected comrades as a union in global forums as well. Quickly, President, in terms of our provinces, the Northern Cape, we are saying the Northern Cape geographically is the largest province in terms of space. However, small population. So we are saying despite the population being small, the province is a majority, represent a majority of the teachers. The union represents a majority of the teachers in the province. Because of the numbers we have in the Northern Cape, it complicates work for the union because of the financial challenges that they are experiencing. We are supporting the Northern Cape as the national office through institutional support. So we are giving them more money than they would usually get in terms of their membership. We support them to pay for their regional offices, their telephones, and so on and so forth. Because on their own, if they had to rely on their allocations, they will not be able to do anything there. But we are saying, you call it I'm being serious. Okay, very serious. Yeah. So, that's what we are doing, comrades. We are also reporting, comrades, that we experience some difficulties in the province in the recent past. So we are saying the province is recovering from a terrible conference hangover, where we had some challenges after the provincial conference, but we are stabilizing the province now through the intervention of the national executive. We are saying even though they might be experiencing financial challenges, they convene their constitutional meetings in terms of the constitution. They are having a good working relationship with the Department of Education. They're having a good working relationship with the Alliance, and they are participating in most of the activities of both COSATU and the South African Communist Party. The Eastern Cape President has recovered, President. I think that's what we must celebrate as this province, as this Congress. The province has recovered fully from a well-orchestrated and deliberate plan to divide, destabilize, and liquidate our union in that province. The 8th National Congress, held in 2014, was the lowest point for the union. But we must say, 2014 Congress was also a Damascus moment for the province. They started to see, when they left the Congress, many of them started to see what the truth was. So the Congress dispelled all lies and the peddling of misinformation. I like the chairperson of Poly Kabata, who would always remind you to say that the legs of lies are very, very short, and not referring to himself. He's just saying the legs of lies are very, very short. So the Congress showed a combat chairperson of Poly Kabata that indeed the legs of lies are very, very short. That's why we were able to deal with the crisis or the challenges that we experienced in that province. The province is now occupying its rightful place in terms of providing solutions to the organization. We thank the National Executive Committee for being firm in terms of assisting the province. We thank the provincial task team that we appointed to assist us to get the province in order there. We thank all regional leaders, branch leaders of the province who worked with us to stabilize the province. But importantly, we thank our members in the Eastern Cape for remaining loyal members of the organization during a difficult time of confusion. There was a time where the GS and myself, even the president, were talking about the Eastern Cape. We were so worried. There was a time when we were really budgeting that there was a possibility of us losing up to 20,000 members. We are living to accept that reality. When the madness was there, we were saying that it's possible that we could lose up to 20,000 members, 20,000 members. So we were thinking that we could stay with 20,000. But comrades, we did not lose anything. We did not lose anything. In fact, the province is growing from the madness that we had there. So the province now continues in terms of convening their meetings. They are even housing the South African Communist Party. They have provided office space to the Communist Party, financial support to the Communist Party. They are part of campaigns of the Federation and campaigns of the Communist Party. There are challenges in terms of the alliance, but they are trying their best to make sure that the alliance is alive or revived in the province. The chairperson of Sadtu in the province is also serving as the chairperson of COSATU. KwaZulu-Natal, President, it's our largest province. The province, comrades, leads, and we must celebrate this as well. The province leads in rolling out union programs, comrades. There's no province that comes close to KZN in terms of rolling out programs. In fact, if you follow, I'm not really on Facebook, I get just reports. If you follow them in terms of their Facebook, I'm told that their Facebook is even better than ours in terms of populating it with information. So they are doing well, comrades, in terms of programs, really. It's something that is inspiring. Almost on a monthly basis, no month will pass in KZN without an activity. And that's the kind of union that you want. We are reporting to the National Congress that the province endured a sustained effort of attack by former members and leaders. But the province used their unity in action as a perfect shield to fend off all destructive and smearing campaigns. If they did not do that, comrades, if they did not have the programs that they were having, many members could have been vulnerable. They stopped that through the actions, through the programs that they were having. So the province continued to recruit education workers. They are also doing well, comrades, comparatively speaking, to other provinces in terms of recruiting all other workers in the education sector. To an extent, if you do a comparative study, you'll get to know that it could be one of the few provinces where you have in BECs people who might not be educators serving in the BEC. I like my favorite one, Ubongani, with this thing there. And so, yeah. So the province convenes meetings, or before that, the province, comrades, it's also one of our dangerous provinces in terms of the political environment there. But our leaders exist and do work under those difficult conditions that they find themselves in. We are saying, comrades, that Sadtu and the COSATU campaign for the support for Comrade Ramaphosa was launched at the provincial conference of Sadtu in KZN. This was done, comrades, at a great risk of victimization and death threats to our members in that province. Comrade Ramaphosa could not go easily to KZN. Sadtu provided him a platform to go for the first time openly to go and launch his campaign in KZN. So we say that conference opened the door for what we think was a shy and a reluctant President Ramaphosa to openly campaign for his bid to become president of the ANC. So the province then convenes their meetings regularly in terms of the constitution. They having a relationship with the employer that they characterize as the one of cooperation and conflict. They are working well in the federation, but they are raising issues with their relationship with Nahau and the behavior of Nahau, something we spoke about earlier. The chairperson of KZN is serving as the deputy chairperson of COSATU. Free State President, we are saying the province comes to the National Congress free of internal strife. In 2014, the province suffered from what we characterize as a kill us from within syndrome. There were challenges of disunity in the province. It was a silly season of lies and divisions that befell the Union from 2003 to 2015. The province has moved from a period of sabotage, distraction, victimization, and harassment of members and leaders, disruptions of union meetings, and threats of violence by a small group of innocent members, comrades. We must repeat this. By a small group of innocent members who availed themselves to be abused by our erstwhile president and his cronies in the province. At times, members must not be too loyal, comrades. If they are too loyal, they could also be abused by leaders, like the case was in the Free State and also to some extent in the Eastern Cape. The province is amongst our smallest provinces, comrades, but they are also doing well. They're just after KZN. Just after KZN in terms of rolling out programs. They are doing fairly well as a province. And remember, comrades, they also don't, like the Northern Cape, they also don't have the financial muscle to be able to roll out those programs. We also support them through the institutional support. The national office also provides the Free State with additional resources over and above what they should receive in terms of their membership. But they are doing well as a province. They are continuing to even have some relations with the Lesotho Association of Teachers. They are pledging their solidarity and they are assisting them a lot in terms of programs in there. The flagship program of the Free State is their program of the empowerment of young women. Comrades. I think that's what we must celebrate as well. The Free State is focusing on empowering young women. We always celebrate the provincial secretary for his passion around this program. No, I don't know. Okay. So there we are reporting in terms of the relationship in COSATU, the role they play, the Communist Party Congress, without wasting the time of the Congress, but that's what it is. Let's get to Mpumalanga, President. We are coming to the Congress and we are saying the sun has never set on a difficult and a long trajectory of a project of building unity and stability in the province since 2008. That province has never gone back since 2008. They have focused on only unity and stabilizing the province. The province, comrades, the province values ideological work and has invested in the cultivation of a conscious membership. The national office relies heavily on Mpumalanga, comrades, in terms of our national campaigns. We usually look at these areas bordering Gauteng, Witbank, and so on and so forth. Those regions provide us with additional numbers to the numbers that we always have in Gauteng. So we rely on Mpumalanga for successful national activities, whether it be in the form of pickets, whether it be in the form of marches. Even when Ntola them wanted to attack our national office, we were always able to recruit members from Mpumalanga to come and defend our national office. Recently, the province had a big campaign around the question of the temporary teachers and the permanentization of ECD practitioners. We are saying the province will have to focus on this serious campaign of Swaziland, freedom, democracy, human rights in Swaziland. So we want to use it as a base of our serious campaigns to free the people in Swaziland. The province convenes meetings in terms of the constitution. So They are having challenges with they never had experienced challenges of disbanding COSAS. They are enjoying a warm and cordial relationship with PYA structures. Limpopo, President, also I think the second largest province, is that the province has been very active, leading key campaigns on the conditions of service of AAT ECD practitioners. We scored a major victory in court around the payment of temporary educators in that province, and we are celebrating that as a victory as well. They also ran many capacity building programs in the province. It has a lot of money, and we are saying, comrades, we must make sure that we sustain that. So, I remember there was a time, when I look at their finances, they were fairly whatever, I'm not sure now, I've not seen it now, Secretary, but it was a province that had a lot of money at some stage. So, we are also relying on Mpumalanga for our national activities. They always provide us with numbers, comrades, in terms of our national activities. They convene their meetings in terms of the Constitution and so on and so forth. That's what they are also participating in activities of COSATU and also in the activities of the Communist Party. The chairperson of SADTU in the province is serving now. She is now serving as the deputy chairperson as the deputy chair of COSATU in the province, and that's what we must celebrate as well, comrades. Gauteng province, we are saying this is the province that is hosting us as the national office. We always rely on Gauteng for all successful activities of the union. Without a solid, firm, united, stable Gauteng, you will always have a problem to launch any serious national campaign. So we are relying on Gauteng as our war chest since 2004. They have not disappointed. They have always provided us with the numbers. So we are saying, comrades, we are coming to the province, we are coming to this Congress, where Gauteng really, and we must celebrate this, Gauteng grew, comrades, by plus minus 8,000 members since the last National Congress. So we want to thank our leaders of Gauteng for the work of focusing on recruitment. We want to thank our organizer and his team for a job well done in terms of recruiting so many members into the union. The province also achieved a victory in terms of signing a collective agreement around the conditions of service for ECD practitioners. And I think we can use this as a base for our negotiations at the LRC at national level. So they convene their meetings in terms of the Constitution. They are having bilaterals with the employer and so on and so forth. Western Cape, quickly, this province is still a replica of apartheid, where race is still a key factor. And this is promoted by the ruling party in that province, the Democratic Alliance. We thank our leaders to being firm, and they have succeeded, comrades, to fend off any attempt to allow the ugly head of racism to rear its head in our structures. The province is trying its best to make sure that in as much as the Democratic Alliance is trying to promote racism in that province, we have tried to stop that from happening in our union. Because there are always attempts to try to bring that into our organizations, but we are standing firm as a union in that province to stop that from happening. This is also a province, comrades, where backward policy positions are promoted by a government in there. So the union there is fighting the DA on a daily basis, wherever we get them, whatever time we get them, to make sure that their neoliberal policies are not promoted in any way there. The province is also working hard to defend even the rights of the school governing bodies. They convene their PECs in terms of the Constitution. They're having a cordial relationship with the Department of Education, but they only meet the MEC of Education in court. That's the only place where they meet them. Whereas all other provinces, we meet them usually in the offices of the MEC. But for the province to meet the MEC of Education, they must only meet when they go to court. That's where they meet. So you can imagine the relationship that they are having. Northwest is a province that is rising from a period of disunity. We are saying the province has always been influenced by instability in the ANC. It has always influenced all the mass democratic structures in the province. So, but we are saying we have seen a change in terms of the outlook of the province now. So they are moving away from a tendency of that thing of return Nwamutu. That thing, you go to a BTGM, they always say return Nwamutu, we are going to remove people. Even if somebody is doing well, they always have that thing of a conference to conference, a BTGM kind of leadership. So, something like that. Yes. So we are saying the province is moving away from that tendency now. And we hope that this stability we are seeing now will continue. We have seen the province focusing on building capacity at branch level. They have gone to most of the branches, rolling out programs of capacity building. They convene meetings in terms of the constitution. They are also recovering membership they lost before. The province is growing in terms of membership. And we are saying, President, the provincial chairperson of Sadtu is serving as the deputy chairperson of COSATU, and we should celebrate that as well. Without going through the regions, comrades, President, we're just saying that is the state of our regions that we are having there, comrades. We're having a fair number of our regions being stable, but some of them are dysfunctional. Because of time, I will not go through all of that, but that's how we are raising the challenges of our regions. Then we come to our branches on page 106 as well. Comrades can go through them there. Because of time, I will not do that. And then we also providing an analysis of our sites. And then on page 107, we raise some challenges that we feel we need to attend to if we want to stop some tendencies in the ANC from affecting us in Sadtu. I can just mention two of them, comrades. I think the GS also spoke to some of them. But I think let me read some of them. They're very, very important. One of them, comrades, is that our BECs, as the NEC, we characterize them, many of them, as gazette and shortlisting and interview BECs. They only meet when there is a gazette that is issued, most of our branch executives. And we are saying there is this rumor, comrades, whether it's an allegation or whatever, that we need to attend to and discuss as the union. The rumor of the cash for post thing there. The union must spend time on this thing here. Is it true or not? If not, then it's fine. But if it is, comrades, it's something that we must fight. We should not close our eyes to it. We should not close our eyes to it. Yes, indeed, we know through the Volming report, we don't have sufficient information for anyone to make a point to say that there is selling of posts. But the union should speak with confidence on this subject, to say that don't we have this tendency in some. If we don't, it's fine. If we do, let's attend to it, comrades, and let's bring an end to it. So we are also raising the question of some Sadtu principals now. This thing of, I'm told that they prefer appointing teachers from outside the country, which is not a problem, of course, because we might have a challenge in terms of shortage of teachers. But I'm told there's a sickness now of principals preferring to appoint teachers from outside because they want the protection. They want these teachers to pay a protection fee on a monthly basis. These are some of these tendencies, comrades, that we must attend to. If it is not true, it's fine. But Pala would assist me further around that. If it is not true, it's fine. But if it is true, comrades, let's attend to it. Because a few of our members do call us, and they raise some of these challenges. To say that I am a South African, there's a vacancy, there are vacancies at this school, the principal don't want to appoint us. He or she is prioritizing teachers from outside because he knows he is getting something from these teachers on a monthly basis. So I'm saying these are tendencies that we will have to look at and address as an organization. Otherwise, they are going to destroy us moving forward. But those are the challenges that we are having there. On page 106, President, we are presenting the campaigns that we ran since 2004. So without going through them, those are the ones that we have there, President. On page 110, we are just presenting our activities and how we're involved in COSATU. On page 11111, we are just presenting our involvement in both the local government elections and the general elections of the ANC. On page 113, we are presenting the lessons that we learned. I think the GS also spoke about them earlier. The lessons that we learned from both the 2016 campaign and the 2019 campaign. On page 14, comrades, we're just reporting on how we are participating on celebrating the International Mandela Day since 2014. On page 115, President, this is the education section of our report. We are coming to the Congress celebrating the fact that, comrades, we have done a lot in terms of the training, the development of our teachers. We rolled out programs to train our principals, comrades, to deal with questions of violence, on questions of professionalization of the profession, and also on how to manage or govern, on questions of governance at their schools. So our training institution rolled out programs throughout the province to make sure that we empower our principals to be able to manage their schools properly, but also to work with the school governing bodies in terms of governing our schools properly. I think we must celebrate these comrades. I hope the media was here to see that the negative stories that they write about us are not always the truth. We do have positive things, small contributions that we are making as a union in terms of the education system of our country. On page 117 again, we are reporting on school management team training that we have. We give you the figures on page 118. On page 119, we are reporting on training that we conducted for foundation phase educators since 2014. On page 120, President, we are presenting our report in terms of the program we ran to train intermediate phase educators. We give you the figures per province there. You can see them for yourselves. And then on page 121, we are providing training for multi-grade educators. We also train them in terms of how they could manage multi-grade classes, and we are providing you with the figures on page 122 and 123. And then on page 124, we are presenting our training program for the National Senior Certificate Comrades and the intermediate phase for mathematics phase training in 2019. So those are the trainings, the programs we had to assist our members in terms of their work in the classroom. So it's not about just strike. It's also about, it's not only about conditions of service of our members, but it's also to make sure that we assist them, we develop them with the kind of work that they're doing inside the classroom. Let's go, President, quickly because of time really, to page 128 and sports. There we are just presenting to the National Congress what we have done as a desk around sports, arts and culture. So we are presenting, the union celebrated the national events as reported below. Those are all the events we had since 2014. We are also playing some role in terms of the South African School Choral Esterford. Our vice president always lead all provincial conveners as part of SACOM and play a key role in the hosting of SASCA. We have started a discussion with the Department of Sports, but we'll report on this beyond the Congress in terms of how we as SATU can work with the Department of Sports to revive school sports. So that's what we are still going to do beyond the Congress. On page 130, the gender desk, we start to present to the Congress in terms of the implementation of the 50-50 policy. So the table there show how we have done. We have done well, comrades, up to now, but I think we still have some work that we should do. We are saying to the Congress that whereas we have improved the number of women or our females in terms of the BECs and so on and so forth. But our executive structures are still dominated by males. If you look at our regional executive committees, you look at our provincial executive committees, you look at our national executive committees, they are predominantly male. So that's something that we will have to attend to. It means chairpersons, positions of chairpersons and secretaries will have to be availed, not availed. Our comrades, our female comrades, will have to make sure that they avail themselves, work hard, and they also be elected to serve as chairpersons and secretaries, and not rather only focusing on serving in the desk. I think if we want to influence the question of changing the structure, the outlook of our executive structures, we'll have to work hard on that. So we are presenting on page 132 on our program, comrades. We continued our program on HIV/AIDS, which is a serious challenge that we are having, but we have continued during this plot annual review around our work on HIV and AIDS and wellness programs. We had a key program of inclusivity, comrades, where we convened what people refer to as the vulnerable subsectors. So we had a key meeting of the LGBTI. Last year, we convened an important seminar to hear their challenges, their experiences, and what they think we should do as a union to serve them, to serve their interests, but also advance what is very close to their hearts. So we are now promoting, in fact, we are trying to push to foreground the interest of the LGBTIs, because we are trying to understand exactly what is it that they are experiencing, some form of discrimination that they may be experiencing, and so on and so forth. But we are working to make sure that we mainstream their issues in the organization as well. We celebrated International Women's Day, comrades, and we also celebrated our All-Women Day activities. We participated on page 136, President, on some key activities of COSATU. I won't go through them. And then on page 137, we are just reporting on administration, that our administration, comrades, is still on the basis of our 2030 vision. And then we had a 5-year strategic plan, which of course we'll have to revise as we are getting out of the Congress. We've always tried to serve as a unitary structure, only one SATU, one administration. And we're trying to avoid the compartmentalization or the federal approach to SATU. We have one unitary structure, one center, 9 provinces, 53 regions, 498 branches, and plus minus 20,000 sites. But we have one center, not many sites. And that center is the National Executive Committee. And that's how we are trying to administer the union. So, on page, the GS also spoke, comrades, about our new village that we are having and that we must celebrate as an organization. So we're having our own structure in Kempton Park. I don't know whether the arrangement of tomorrow is still, whatever. Yeah, so we're thinking about if we could work hard, that we could maybe go and show yourself your own house, your own village at Kempton Park and get a sense of your own building. But we'll work around the logistic if it's possible. If not, then we'll see how you can see it in future. Around human resource, because all organization relies on a capable human resource, comrades. You need a human resource well-oiled to be able to do work for the organization. So we continue to develop, sharpen their skills on many, many questions, even on the question of the 4th Industrial Revolution, so that they are always on par with the developments around this thing here. So we continue providing them with grants for competency training and so on and so forth, but we're also training our own leaders as well. So on page 140, we are providing the National Congress with a list of programs we rolled out for both our staff members, but also for our leaders as well. On provincial workshop on EGPEC, full-time substitutes, some of them now have qualifications, full qualifications in terms of labor law, financial, for non-financial managers, and so on and so forth, Walter, a combat band. Those are qualifications that we have now there. So, in terms of media, President, we are, on page 141, we are presenting to the Congress that we continue engaging in public discourse as a union, as the President put it yesterday, the General Secretary being our spokesperson. I think we have not had any confusion since 2014 in terms of what we put up in the public. We have always had one message, firm message from one center, which is the General Secretary. And how we have managed our media was that all our provincial offices, I think that's what we must emphasize, all our provincial secretaries don't talk to the media for up until they would have gotten consent from the General Secretary. Similarly, regional secretaries will not speak to the media for up until they would have spoken to the provincial secretaries. Well, branches, I don't think we will have problems. I don't think they will speak to the media, but it's an issue that we are just controlling, that you can't just go and represent us in public conference with us knowing what is it that we are going to say, just to avoid contradictions that from time to time we are having. But we have not had problems around that. We have defended the union in public conference. The DA continues to attack our union on a daily basis, but we've tried hard to defend our union. In fact, Musa was counting that since 2004, I'm not sure is this the exact thing, that we have issued almost 100 statements since 2014 up to now. It's just unfortunate that many a times the media don't use our statements. We use many other platforms to engage, Twitter, Facebook, and so on and so forth. Not very active, but we are trying our best to make sure that we are part and parcel in terms of media. In terms of the last section, comrades, well, we report on the diaries. There's a challenge around that, but we always make sure that each year we provide our members with diaries. Yes, indeed, they do arrive late. It's a challenge that we picked up. The quality of the diaries, another challenge we picked up, but we are trying our best to work on that. Even the educator's voice, we are releasing it, publishing it on a quarterly basis. Yes, indeed, in some quarters we don't release the educator's voice, but we are trying always hard to make sure that your own newsletter is released on a quarterly basis. The last page, 143, President, reports on our work in terms of the ICT management system. Really, I will not go through this detailed part of the report, but this is what we have done, comrades, to make sure that we communicate better, we do our work better, efficiently and effectively, by making sure that we upgrade our ICT all the time, we protect our information all the time, and also make sure that we build capacity amongst all those who are using our facility in terms of that thing here. So that part of the report is providing us is providing the Congress with an update of work that we would have done in terms of ICT up to now. I think that's where I would end, and then I would hand over to the General Secretary again. Thanks, President.
Thanks, Comrade President. Would like to give the finance report as part of the Secretariat report. In terms of the forward, Comrade President, we are merely giving Congress an assurance of the role that has been played by the National Executive Committee and the processes that, as the finance section of the union, that we have gone through to ensure that we have complied with all the legislation that we are accosted with. And we're also reporting in terms of the processes that we have followed to ensure that we were in line with the Registrar of Trade Unions. In that, we have ensured that we have submitted our audited annual financial statements on an annual basis to them, complying with the laws that are there. In terms of our introduction, we are merely giving you a synopsis of the economic situation of the country such that as part of the contribution that it has done to our union's finances. Now, why are we giving you the synopsis? It is simply because that is where we as members of SADTU draw from the economic situation of the country. That is where we are also participating as the working class in South Africa. So we are saying, Comrade President, is that there are other factors that have taken toll into the financial situation of the country, including our pace as teachers. And we are putting a few bullets to name but a few of these aspects. The VAT increase has indeed ensured that it has affected us as teachers because it has increased the general cost of living. The continuous fuel increases have also had an effect. Electricity, it is a shame because yesterday you used to buy an electricity of a particular amount and be able to draw certain units from that amount. But it has since ensured that when you buy electricity of the same amount today, you do not get even half of what you got yesterday, but even less than half. So electricity hikes and the scandals that the Secretariat report spoke about earlier, the KPMG, VBS, and Steinhoff scandals as well. But we are also describing our members as a union, that our members, as SADTU members, are indeed the working class, and they suffer both as individuals because they are affected by these things, and they also suffer collectively because as and when we contribute to this organization, we do that in a cohort as members of the union. So we're also trying to give a synopsis of the economic growth since 2017, but we are not going to go through that. But then, as we proceed, we are saying nothing has really changed much since there was a study that was done in order to look into the economic situation of the country. On page 3 of the document, we are looking at the strategy, which is goal number 5, to ensure a delivery-based organizational excellence. And then we are reporting that since our last Congress in 2014, as an organization, shortly thereafter, we went into a strategic plan and ensured that out of the 5-year plan, we came up with a program. And this program, we are listing the activities that we planned out of that strategic plan. And then we are going to take them one by one in order for us to be able to see, in terms of those programs, if indeed we're able to have them or to implement them. And if there were challenges, what are the challenges and what are the possible ways that are going to be able to assist us to navigate through those challenges that we came across. So in terms of developing a financial management calendar, that we did in a form of an annual calendar, and then in that calendar, amongst other things, it incorporated meetings of the Financial Committee, which is, of course, a subcommittee of the National Executive Committee. We are reporting to Congress, Comrade President, that the FinComs did as well sit as per the prescripts of the finance manual. But the Secretariat report before even ensured that they reported about the same in terms of the meetings. We are representing there on page 3 the members of the Finance Committee in the year under review. In terms of the achievement, we are reflecting there that we have indeed complied in terms of our finance manual But in terms of challenges, is that amongst other processes in terms of finances that we had, is that auditors have reported that, as we are reporting to you, that as National FinCom, we complied to the prescripts of the finance manual. But the auditors in their reports have been reporting that the same is not happening in other structures of the organization, including in provinces. So there is no compliance in that regard. So in terms of our strategic shift to say what then do we do in order for us to be able to ensure that we correct the above challenge, it is that we should ensure that all structures of the union adhere to our policy of finance, which is our finance manual, and in that we must ensure that on a quarterly basis, we do have our quarterly meetings of the finance committee. In terms of our implemented program, is that the finance policy itself requires that we do submit the annual budget. And this annual budget is a document that must be submitted to the executive structure in every part of the organization. So in terms of us and our achievement, we can report that since the last Congress, we have indeed compiled all those budgets. We submitted them accordingly as per policy to the National Executive Committee, and they were adopted there. And we have ensured that we did not even go to an extent of starting another financial year before having had a forthcoming year's budget being adopted. So we've complied there. We've achieved in that one. But in terms of challenges, we've noted that in all levels of the organization, including starting from national up until to branches, there is indeed poor monitoring of the budget. And also, when we look into other structures, is that budgets are there, but these budgets are not compiled on an annual basis, President. What happens is that they are merely copied from the previous year into another year as a form of compliance. Therefore, in that way, they do not reflect the actual purpose of a budget. And in that way as well, it does not speak to the programs that have to be implemented by the organization. So in terms of others, is that our strategic shift on this one, how do we then begin to rectify the above as challenges, is that we must ensure that on an annual basis, after each and every financial year, we must draw a variance statement. The variance statement will be the statement that is going to be saying, for this financial year, we had planned that we are going to have so many programs. And these are the programs that we managed to hold or to implement. And these are the programs that we managed not to achieve. So we must be able to report on an annual basis in terms of our achievements and for those programs that we're not able to achieve. So that is going to be able to guide us as an organization as we proceed to say, last year we did not manage to focus on this program, we left it out for particular reasons. But moving forward, let's come out and devise a plan as a structure to say, how do we then begin to ensure that we implement some programs moving forward. The following page on program 3, that one of creating bookkeeping capacity for Sadtu financial practitioners. The Secretariat report has spoken to the same. We are not going to repeat it. Merely there, we are representing in terms of the financial workshops that we ran in 2015, that was to ensure that we capacitated the financial capacity in the provinces and the regions. Now, regional administrators, provincial administrators, finance clerks, as well as provincial treasurers were part of the training. That is where we ensured that we trained them on ACPEC, we trained them in terms of accounting, in terms of the external audit requirements, and so on. So we've listed them there. But in terms of the challenges that we are raising, is that most of the regions, even today, do not have computers or gadgets for them to be able to access the internet and be able to capture on the system of ACPAC on a monthly basis. There is a high turnover in terms of regional treasurers, and the knowledge that is gained, that has been gained in the workshop, is lost through our constitutional processes, which of course you cannot say we are going to run away from constitutional processes. But moving forward, it is imperative for us to say, how do we then begin to go back and capacitate the treasurers that have just been elected? So amongst others, we can be counting other treasurers that came after the workshops have been done. But I think in terms of our induction as well as an organization in our programs, we must ensure that in the induction program itself, finances remain a standing item throughout the organization, because finances are the pillar of the union. As we continue with the report, we are going to be able to see clearly that as an organization, we rely solely on our subscription for us to be able to survive as a union. So in order for us to progress further as a union, it is imperative such that we ensure that each and everyone that is concerned with the finances has got the necessary capacity in them. We're also reporting in terms of Program 4 of the Sadtu Cooperative Bank that as part of the resolutions in 2014, and although the Secretariat have spoken about this cooperative bank, I think it is important for us as well from the financial point of view to speak about it and report to Congress that there has been work that was done to ensure that there was an establishment of this co-op bank. There were processes that as an organization were to go through, and including ensuring that we got expertise from outside the union, but within the alliance, for them to be able to come and assist the organization with empowerment to that regard. We have indeed ensured that there was work that was done, including everything else that has been required in terms of submission, paperwork, and so on. But we must also, Comrade President, attribute the success of the union in the establishment of this bank to Comrade Tebogo Padu, who has been very instrumental, comrades, to ensure that he capacitated us as an organization as to how do we go about establishing the co-op bank. Can we give Comrade Tebza a round of applause, comrades, in appreciation? Thank you so much. So we're listing there in terms of the achievements when we started in April 2016, giving you the working group that was there. And as we can be able to see, it is evident in the last bullet there, as we have just clapped for Comrade Tebza, that he has always been there for giving us guidance and technical assistance. So up until to the point that after the establishment thereof was that, comrade, there is a board of directors that is there, And this co-op bank, we've been speaking about it, targeting meetings of the organization. And our main aim, it is for us to ensure that at the end of the day, we'll be dealing with what the General Secretary was saying before. We'll be making the banking institutions uncomfortable because we'll be tapping onto their space. But as an organization, we need to ensure that we own our own bank. But that will not be achieved today. We have got to ensure that we continue. Now, as part and parcel of our challenges is that the growth of the SATO Cooperative Bank membership is very slow. And currently, the membership is standing just over 300,000, 300 members. I nearly made a mistake. Over 300 members. Now, as we are here as delegates to Congress, we are over 300. So it's just a drop in the ocean. So we are presenting this to Congress with an idea that as the Congress, we will be in a position to say, let us join our own cooperative, because it is still at the stage of a cooperative. It is registered now, but it depends upon you and I to turn the cooperative into a fully fledged bank, and which will be our bank. And we've been giving examples previously of other sister unions that own banks, including Chama cha Walimu Tanzania, which is our sister friend union with whom we are affiliated to the Southern African teacher organizations. The Tanzania Teachers Union have got a fully fledged bank. It is their bank, it is theirs. Their membership is the same membership in number like SATU. And when you go to them, you have got a bank into which you go to that bank. You go like you go to Standard Bank or ABSA. It is termed Mwalimu Bank. It belongs to the union. So, comrades, the attitude should be, if they can do it, why can't we? So there is nothing that is barring us from doing it, because they were able to do it. So I think it is important for us as a union to take this very seriously. But for starters, importantly, let us start by building it bit by bit. Let us join our co-op bank. Let us utilize it to the full. Let us ensure that we become shareholders of the bank, because it is our bank, it is ours, and you must ensure that we take ownership thereof. Now, inviting SATU SACCO to mass meetings should be something that should be done, because it has been done at the level of PECs and PGCs. But I think it is important as well for our organizers and full-time shop stewards, such that they are quite conversant about SATU SACCO, so that they can be able to sell it to the members of the organization. Now, on 3, we are reporting on income and membership statistics. We're not going to go deeper into this, because the Secretariat report has tried to give us a synopsis. But importantly is that in the pie chart, what you are representing there is that, as we can be able to see, that the 50% represented in blue is that it's our subscriptions. So meaning that, hence, that's why I said, our subscriptions remain our pillar for the organization or for the existence of the union. So in terms of other incomes, are incomes that are there that we cannot largely rely on them. Donations, we get them sometimes we do not get them. But we are always 100% sure by the end of each and every month that in terms of subscriptions, we are going to be able to get them, and they are going to come. But importantly as well, we are not leaving out the agency fee, because agency fee as well is very important, as you can be able to see it there in terms of its presentation in the pie chart. It has also made a great impact, because you look at it, it is boosting us as an organization from time to time. Now, but importantly is that the agency fee, as it is paid to the union, it has got a specific task. You cannot just use it anyhow, because even when it comes to the audit itself, it specifies and they check how we utilize the agency fee, because it is solely for mobilization of members. Now, when we mobilize, it is the union programs, including the Congress itself, it is counted amongst the mobilization programs of the union. So we are representing as well in terms of the graph there, how the income has been coming. But I think importantly, we are going to be able to read for ourselves there. So we're reporting as well in terms of the membership statistics from 2014, how much we have grown as an organization, although we must say, President, that there have been fluctuations due to different reasons. But in 2014, importantly, is that our membership reduced by 3,000 members. Now, what was the reason for this? It was the challenges that have been outlined here before by the DGS when he was reporting in terms of the provinces. That each time we have got challenges in our structures, indeed that is also going to impact on our membership. So in 2015, the union membership, although we remained below 250,000 members, but we managed to drop as low as 237 in August of 2015. But we regained again up to 249,615 members as the year progressed. So, but if you can be able to look into the graph there, you look into Gauteng, we are going to notice that there is indeed a large shoot that is there showing the membership of Gauteng growing drastically in 2015. And that was largely due to the TVET lecturers' subscriptions that were all of them allocated to one province. That was in 2015. And subsequently in 2016, it was rectified. Hence, they were all allocated to the respective provinces. The membership stats in 2016, here we've given you a graphic and a narrative explanation, as well as in 2017 and 2018. Now, but importantly is that in 2018, the union membership reached a mark of 250,000 members. And by the end of the year, we're closed at 255,000 members as we continued to fluctuate in that way. Now, the stats for the current year in 2019, as we are reporting as at the end of June, was that we were currently at 258,372 members by the end of June in 2019. Comrade President, in terms of the auditing of books, I think importantly is that what we are saying is that the National Executive Committee, in the years under review, that is from 2014 up until to 2018, they have been appointed Ungubane and Company as the auditors that have been auditing the books of the organization. So the audit has been for national, province, regions, and a sample at the level of the branches. But we must also say that as the years progress, the audit itself encompassed all the branches as well. So this is the report that we are giving you, and then we have attached all the financial reports for the years that you are talking about, that is 2014, 15, 16, 17, and as well as 2018. And all of them have been presented to the National Executive Committee, which, where they were adopted. So we are presenting them here to Congress for them to be able to look at with the view in mind that the NEC has done the work in terms of adopting them. We are analyzing them there, comrades. It's nothing much that we are doing in terms of the ratios and everything else. It remains for us as delegates to go through the report. And in conclusion, Comrade President, is that you are saying on behalf of the National Executive Committee, would like to send a word of gratitude to the members of the Finance Committee who have ensured that through our term or our administration, they have always ensured that they did the work on behalf of the NEC. They've scrutinized. If there were books that they needed to look at, they were always there, looked into all the books, ensured that they worked with precision. They have ensured that if there were quotations for them to be looked into, they did all that work and looked into that, those quotations, and thereafter, after making a recommendation to the National Executive Committee. They had always been there for the union. They have executed their responsibility that was given to them with diligence. Hence, that is why, as we are standing here today, we are proud to report that as a union, we are financially sound as we speak to you now. We are going concern. Now, this also goes to the staff members who have ensured that they have supported the leadership at all levels of the organization. It is not important for us to report at the level of national, looking away from branches, regions, and provinces. If anything is not happening at the level of the branch or at the level of the region, so it is not possible for us to perform well at the level of national. So it is important for us to appreciate all our staff members throughout the level of the union. To the entire membership of the organization, would like to thank you as well on behalf of the National Executive Committee. The Secretariat has spoken about this, but we want to also to stress on it, to say, comrades, for having remaining loyal members of the unions against all odds. You have always been there for your union, and we have already seen you in all the programs of the organization. You can be able to see if members really do love where they belong. It is evident in you. You can be able to attest to that, because even here during this Congress, we can be able to see you, how you love being in your union. So we appreciate you for that, comrade, and we pledge you to remain members like we have always done that. So we are referring to you as the real members, as the real owners of this organization, and that is the members of the union. So we are also urging you, comrades, to join Sadtu Sako in your numbers, and also mobilize, as you are going to go back to your sites, and mobilize other members to join the Sadtu Sako, such that at the end of the day, we are looking for the union to own its own banking institution. Thank you, Comrade President.
Sadtu was a voice to the teachers.
I saw Sadtu as a vehicle.
It was of my revolutionary consciousness.
I went hunting for Sadtu.
Ke bile le lokola Sadtu go tloga ka 2003.
Ke ga ke hwetša one union e power ka hwetša ile Sadtu.
We were under SA Congress. It was the union of preschools.
Thought Sadtu was more strategical in doing things.
It is hard for the department to provide teachers.
It becomes a problem because I am a teacher. I am a principal.
And there are serious issues in terms of infrastructure.
Don't have benefits.
It's also an issue how do you discipline the learners.
Sadtu, more especially the BEC members, solve teacher cases in our schools.
They recognized us.
There is a serious disjuncture between how the union is servicing school-based educators.
If I can say I will rate the union service in this sector, I'll say I'll rate the union 1 out of 10.
I'm really benefiting.
Our branch leaders are able to assist.
Sadtu has taught me to be responsible also as a teacher.
The
The leadership in the province is very accommodative.
Sadtu is an organizer of all employees in the education space.
I think we need what we call a generational mix.
Recognize us within the constitution.
Whatever the odds, whatever the challenges.
We are not classified under teachers, so which means we are out of the umbrella.
What we made and saw in Cuba was a united country.
Ensured that they raised a lot of awareness.
Through unity, things can be done.
Comrade President, we want to thank our members, General, all of them, in all our private institutions and our public institutions, for their loyalty and the faith that they have in our organization. We thank them for the work they do in our schools, our colleges, our early learning centers, and in all our informal or non-formal education sectors and higher education and training. We wish to also express our sincere gratitude to all our staff members across the country for being there to give us the support we need administratively and professionally in our endeavor to implement the decision of our organization. As we conclude this report, we are a united, very stable, focused organization, very capable, and our character keep on being deepened and sharpened because we believe we are a social justice organization. We believe in human rights, and therefore we have a responsibility to ensure we build a better world. All to our education support personnel, those who are here, you are representing those that are not here. It's the first time that we had a special arrangement for you to be here. We want the Congress to give you a round of applause for being here because we depend on you. Our schools are clean. Our offices are always taken care of. Our learners' schedules are done. So you are everything to us in education. We are really proud to have you here. Our ECD Great R team that is here, we want to thank you for also be there to guide our leadership in terms of your issues, and also thank you for understanding that the organization is representing you, that the organization will do everything so that we are able to correct all these things that are there. We also wish that, comrades, let's recognize the team of 9 ECD practitioners that we also offered an opportunity for them to attend this Congress. Please give them a round of applause on our behalf. We have more than 16 office-based comrades, professionals who are here. We also want them to know that we are aware of the problems that are there, that in the Commission we'll then be able to deal with them. We also want the Congress to thank them for their understanding, their patience, and for the love of the organization, and for continuously saying, whatever problems that are there, we are in Sadtu and we're going to build Sadtu. Please, let's give them a round of applause. We also have our TVET and our CET. CET is in a horrible state of affairs, but they're not leaving. They are saying, we came here in Sadtu, we looked for a Sadtu where Sadtu was, and we joined Sadtu. We are here to stay. Can we thank them too? Let's thank the leadership as a whole, from branches to national, regions and provinces, for making sure that SADTU is focusing on the training and the professionalization of our profession. So I want to thank you to all of you leadership and all our delegates, because we know it is because it is in our constitution, it is also in our hearts that we have got to do everything to ensure that SADTU is not an organization that is tamed by people to be not caring, but is a caring organization. Continue, comrades, to build the gender structures and empower them so they become stronger, so that they can stand. This organization has 82% members being women, and therefore we need to give them the space as our leaders, as our comrades, as members, to also contribute in our organization so that we are able to change the situation in our country around gender-based violence and all the violence that we see, because mostly it affects women in our country. So we need to strengthen those structures. Comrades, I take this opportunity also to thank the structures that we work with, SACE. We work with them, we appreciate, and we will continue to ensure that we support them as they continue to professionalize, but also ensuring that they keep on changing and attending to the issues that are there. Comrades, we will not stand idle when our children are being molested, when our children are not being treated as human beings. We are clear, comrades. Your code of conduct is very clear. We always want to ask simple question. Why did you join SADTU? Because you joined SADTU on the basis of the code of conduct and nothing else. You don't join an organization until you have read the code of conduct. Our code of conduct says very clear, you will not have a sexual relationship with a school child. It says that. So I don't know where the problem is that we still have people in our fold who join the organization, but they do. I know what I know is that we don't have them. They belong to other organizations, not SADTU. So comrades, we thank you for standing firm to defend our code of conduct at all costs, because we can't allow the name of our organization to be put in disrepute. Two, what the DG has said, if there are allegations about selling of posts, people playing what you call gatekeeping and all that, we will have to investigate those things, and having investigated and be able to take a stand, because your comrades are being taken serious as a union. You are an opinion maker, you are a mover in our country, and therefore you must never allow to be associated with anything that would destroy the image of this organization. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank the NEC for continuously helping us to transform our society, but what we will do is to ensure we guide the NECT with our body, not that it does not support privatization of education, nor bring any other thing that can undermine the public service and the public schooling in our country. We also want to all continue, comrades, to provide the support and the leadership for our JMC and our COSATU, and also we also would want to continue with our program of ensuring that the education is free, because it's a public good. So we continue to also want to thank the DG and all the heads of department, Comrade Malakwan, Advocate. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, Mrenaka, because if you're not in my books, I don't know, because I don't see because of the light. But all of the head of departments, comrades, are here because they take you serious. I want you to give them a round of applause, comrades. You see, when you work with these comrades and you help them to understand, they will understand, and we can move forward building a very strong education system to ensure that our children are able to work. So we thank you. We thank the ELRC as well, the Secretariat and the entire Council for having facilitated this democratic environment of engagement. We thank you too for ensuring that we are able to achieve what we achieve. Let's also continue to work with the PSCBC in growing the spirit of working together so that we are able to advance on the freedom of association for our members and collective bargaining, all of them. Comrades, we thank them all as they continue to do that. We also, comrades, would continue to influence and have an impact on the education desk of the African National Congress, because we need to ensure that the policies that are passed are policies that will be able to take us forward. So, as we presented this report on behalf of our National Executive Committee, we committed ourselves in 2014 that we will do everything we can to ensure that the pillars of our organization will take us forward, and they are still taking us forward. We are thankful to all of you as the members of our organization. We are all school fans from now on. We will teach because we love our people. We care because of all the children deserve love and the opportunity to experience life. We protect the future of our children with everything we have, because as nation builders, you can't be the crushers of the nation. We denounce violence, comrades, in all its forms, because we believe that education is about living together, it's about peace, it is about prosperity, and therefore, we believe as teachers, we have that responsibility. Comrades, together, we can stop gender-based violence. We can stop it, and it can stop. As we resolved in our previous congresses and in the NGCs, that we must expose those who are involved in sexual harassment and any form of undermining and degrading anyone's dignity. So we will continue to work for the betterment of our country, but for the best, we have to make sure that our members are represented, our members are respected, we work hard, and we work with humility to do that. So on behalf of the leadership, we want to thank all of you for having afforded us an opportunity to present on behalf of the National Executive Committee our summaries. Our reports sometimes are long. We also want to apologize for that in terms of big books, which you don't have time to read. We'll continue to be improving. The leadership that is coming in, we also would want to congratulate them that they also would take from where we started. Weaknesses that were there, the leadership that is coming in would have got to ensure that they correct and build on that. We don't stone if we live in glass houses. Everyone else has got a weakness and also some strength. And therefore, ours is to ensure that where you see my strength, where you see our president's strength or weaknesses, you plug in so that we are able to remain united. We don't want to go back to 2002. We don't want to go back to 2006. We don't want to go back to 2014. We want to move forward. Not that we'll not have differences, but comrades, I want you to give yourself a round of applause as you congratulate yourself for this stable organization that you have built. Thank you so much, comrades. We'll enjoy our commissions.
Thank you, GS. A Congress, by its nature, is a political school. So you have learned something that the finance report is part of the Secretariat report. So when the Secretary, the General Secretary moves for the adoption of the report, it's all inclusive. It's all inclusive, so we have learned something. The Secretariat moves, Comrade Congress, delegates. Let's hear what the Congress is saying.
We second, Chair, as the Eastern Cape.
The Eastern Cape seconds the adoption of the report as a guiding document as we move to the commissions. Thank you, Eastern Cape. Northwest.
President, as we rise, we second the report.
We also do, so says Northwest. Let's hear Gauteng.
Comrade President, Gauteng also second.
Thank you, Gauteng. Gauteng yer ke la ka leo. The same applies to us. That's what it means, ke la ka leo. Mpumalanga.
Yeah, Comrade President, thank you very much. As Mpumalanga, we are also rising to second the mover.
Thank you, Mpumalanga. You know, these seconding are very important because they will go down in the annals of Sadtu history that this is what happened at this Congress. It would be unfortunate if, as a province, you have come here at Congress You have not said anything. You have not seconded. Thank you, GS. A job well done. Clap yourselves, hands, comrades.
On education, it will remain here in the plenary, so it will deal with those issues that have been sent to us by the provinces in the form of motions. Those motions have been circulated to all the delegates on time. It will then deal with all those particular motions. So the motions are divided into two. There will be those that have been consolidated. Those motions will then be dealt with first. And therefore, then there will be a confirmation or reaffirmation of those motions that we have highlighted as being a repetition, or they are repeated motion, with a view of ensuring that the National Executive Committee must go and draw a plan on how we should be able to find some applications of those particular resolutions, because they are recurring or they are repeating themselves each and every Congress or each and every NGC. So those motions will then be reaffirmed without a further or a long discussion, because they are decisions of the structures. We cannot throw them away. We must come up with a program in November by the NEC to say how we're going to implement those decisions. So we start with consolidated, as the chairpersons will be facilitating the sessions. We start with consolidated, and then we go and reaffirm that, and then we deal with the raw motions that have not been consolidated, because those motions, they come from the structures, and the chairpersons will then facilitate in terms of whether there is agreement generally on those particular things that other provinces have proposed. So that's how we're going to deal with all of them. So there are three areas of dealing with that. So education is here. The next commission is organizational, and that commission will deal with constitutional amendments. That's the first that has got to be dealt with there. Those constitutional amendments have also been consolidated. However, there will be some few motions that have not been consolidated on the basis that there was not consensus on those motions, or we could not compensate them because they were far different from the other provinces. However, they are very short to be dealt with. So the chairpersons on the organizational will start with the constitutional amendments, because we need to get them correct. They need to be done correctly, because they've still, after you shall have adopted them on Saturday morning or tomorrow in plenary, they still have to be registered with the Registrar of Trade Unions for them to be certified first. So therefore, it's important that we get them on time to clean them for Saturday or for tomorrow as we start. It's very, very critical. Then we deal with the rest of the organizational motions according to what we have already indicated, that is consolidated, it's reaffirmation, and we deal with that. Socio-economic, it will be in all next to all 6. So I don't know what is the all to all next is, but it is a wall. So it will be a wall next to all 6. So when you leave this wall, you turn left. There will be some guidance from our staff. They will guide you to wall 6 to deal with all the socio in accordance with the plan. Chairpersons of the session, please, according to the plan, you follow the consolidated, because that is what we have spent a lot of time dealing with in order to find consensus so that we are then able to take our organization forward. Political and International Commission will also be all next to all 6. Now, these are not the same. It's another all next to all 6. So it does not have a name, but the staff members will guide you to then say where you are going to as you leave. So again, it means you turn left when you leave here, so you'll be guided moving forward. That is, so we will, Comrade President, as you have indicated, break from now, discuss everything there, and the Secretariat report is a resource book. It also has its own recommendations. Now that it's been agreed upon or adopted, we finally will have got to ensure that they are extracted, but so much it's done by the Secretariat with the provincial secretaries as resolutions committee, so that they form part of the final resolutions to be adopted, but also form part of the declaration on some of the issues. Some of us will not be able to see you in the commission because we'll be in other commissions. Thank you so much, President.
Thank you.
Congress is adjourned. We are starting tomorrow, 9 o'clock sharp.
Of course, we take this opportunity to wish Sadtu a very successful Congress. They are a very important union in our country which operates in a very crucial sector, which is the education sector. For me in particular, they organize part of the post-school education and training sector. They represent the TVET college lecturers as well as some of the educators in the community education and training sector. So they are a very important constituency in whatever effort that we try to do. Of course, today I was also urging them, yes, they are a union, they must represent workers, but they must do more than that. We expect more than that from Sadtu. We expect them to be agents of change. We expect them to be exemplary. For instance, schools where they are and colleges where they are, they must be distinguished by being good institutions where there is teaching and learning. But in addition to that also, trade unions are very important because sometimes they can act as very important guardians, as it were, of what's going on in society. Workers must ensure that we defend our democracy, that we strengthen our democracy, because unions have always played a part, even in bringing about this very same democracy that we are talking about. We are looking forward to the resolutions that they are going to come out here. We hope that the resolutions will further contribute in building a better South Africa that all of us want to actually build.